lent it out via mortgages, it may have bought government bonds, credit cards, etc. For whatever reason, a bank could be out of cash. What would you show? But on the other hand, while the bank may be out of cash, it does have assets. It does have collateral. It has those mortgages. It has those government bonds. So at the end of the day, every day, if a bank is out of cash, if a bank needs liquidity, it can go to the repo market. It can use those mortgages, those Canadian government bonds, as collateral and get a loan and get the cash that it needs to have on hand. It's like getting a mortgage on your house. You put up your house as collateral, you get the cash you need. So under this system, the bank gets the cash that it needs. The lender, usually another bank or financial institution, gets a small amount of interest vis-a-vis the repo rate, the amount of interest that the bank is paying on that loan, and everyone is happy. This happens every single day. Usually we have between $10 and $20 billion worth of transactions in the repo market, unbeknownst to most Canadians. So just to summarize, if a bank has lent out all of its money, if the bank doesn't have any actual cash, it's provided too many mortgages, it's lent too much money to the government, but it has those assets as collateral, it can go to the repo market for a short-term loan. It can go to the repo market to get the liquidity it needs, and it puts up those assets, those bonds as collateral.
Don't make me come look for you.
Unless, that is, A, the other banks don't value the collateral being put up by a bank that is out of cash, or B, there's not enough cash out there to be lent to the bank that is out of cash. Let's take a quick look at both. Well, obviously, a gross oversimplification, a lack of collateral or a lack of valued collateral was one of the main early warning signs of the 2008 financial crisis when Lehman Brothers collapsed didn't get the short-term loans that it needed.
I don't want it.
Lehman had a lot of toxic mortgage-backed securities that weren't valued by the other banks and couldn't go to the market for short-term loans because no one wanted to loan on those mortgages.
Oh, I hate
Family
Guy. He didn't like Family Guy.
And if a bank can't secure its short-term funding message to the market, there's trouble and panic obviously ensues. And the other possibility that there's not enough money out there to fund it, not enough liquidity in the system to provide for those loans is what we saw in September of 2019. Back then, as we discussed before on this channel, when the Federal Reserve stopped buying up U.S. debt, stopped buying U.S. treasuries, U.S. banks had to step in. As a result, too much cash was drained from the system, too much cash went to the U.S. government, and there wasn't enough money out there to fund repurchase agreements, to fund those overnight loans. There just wasn't enough cash. Everyone had collateral, everyone had U.S. treasury bonds, but no one had cash. When there's too much demand for something, demand for cash, but not enough supply, not enough liquidity in the system, the price of that cash goes up. The repo rate spiked, going up to at a time when the Fed's funds rate was only 2.25 in 2019. Luckily, depending on how you look at it, back in 2019, the Federal Reserve stepped in, entering into its own repurchase agreements, providing $53 billion worth of cash in exchange for securities, in exchange for that collateral. Even though they all had collateral, the Federal Reserve, the money printer, stepped in to lend the money, lent the money to the banks, and those securities went on the Fed's balance sheet. Which brings us to what the Bank of Canada has been doing for the past week, where, as we saw, the bank is engaged in $30 billion worth of repo operations. For its part, the Bank of Canada wasn't exactly clear as to why it engaged in these repurchase agreements, only noting that repo operations are conducted when overnight collateralized interest rate is trading materially above the target policy rate, and when broad overnight general collateral funding conditions warrant a temporary liquidity injection, trading materially above the policy rate. Kind of like when the repo rate was trading at 8.5 back in 2019, and the Fed's funds rate, or the policy rate, was trading at 2.25. So, whatever happened, whatever caused the bank to be concerned that the repo rate was going to spike, whether it be due to a lack of good collateral, like Lehman, or a lack of cash, the Bank of Canada had to step into the repo market and be the lender of last resort. Had they not have stepped in by the bank's own account, overnight rates would have risen much higher than the Bank of Canada wanted them to. Now, exactly what happened, the who, the where, and the why. Well, maybe the who and the where, but not the why. The bank had to do the repo, and as far as I can tell, going through the announcements, the bank hasn't had to engage in. If we look at the Bank of Canada's balance sheet, we can see that the bank hasn't bought anything, hasn't bought any assets for quite some time, except maybe a few bonds here or there, but nothing in the range of $30 billion. I have emailed Mark de Guzman, director of the bank's financial markets department, to ask about the operation, but I'm not a news outlet, so I haven't received a response.
Nobody likes you.
And although all of the details are not clear, what is clear is that the bank had to do this
Nobody likes
operation.
you.
The bank had to engage in the repo market. The bank recognized that funding conditions have warranted a temporary liquidity injection, meaning cash, and this operation
Meaning
hasn't
cash.
been elaborated upon by the Bank of Canada and hasn't been picked up by the news outlets. What is also clear is that something isn't as it should be. Some bank, some counterparty, some financial institution out there is either A, out of cash, or B, has bad collateral and no one wants to lend it cash. And as such, the Bank of Canada has had to step in. And the bank hasn't stepped in, as far as I can tell, looking from the data provided by the bank, hasn't had to step in some time, if ever, besides COVID. And make no mistake, this was indeed to be expected. In fact, I'm guessing the Bank of Canada was expecting it as well. As we've seen this before, we saw this in 2019 when the Federal Reserve engaged in quantitative tightening, which comes after quantitative easing. The central bank puts all that money into the system, they print that money into the system, then they have to take it out. And when you take money out of the system, surprise, surprise, there's a lack of money in the system. Banks can't or won't lend money. And as such, the central bank has to step
Surprise!
in. As mentioned, I don't know exactly what happened, but what is clear is the bank is doing this repo operation. The bank is injecting this money into the system vis-a-vis the repo market. What isn't clear as of yet is why. If more information comes out, we will obviously continue to track it on this channel. Click like and
Broker
subscribe
than a
to
broke
get those
bro,
updates. For now,
broker than a
thanks
big
so much for
daddy.
watching.
Oh, c'est tellement simple imprimer chez Bureau en gros.
Talk about thank
Maintenant, je peux faire une plus grande impression.
Avec l'impression simple, obtenez une carte cadeau bureau en gros de 75 $ avec un achat de 300 $ ou solution d'impression. L'impression maintenant pour ça?
Découvrons ensemble.
Fantastic.
Thanks for clicking. Restarting overnight repo market operations is not a sign of trouble. This according to the Bank of Canada's Twitter page.
Maybe that's all we need to know.
Indeed, if you'll remember last week, we
Indeed.
discussed the Bank of Canada restarting overnight repos, that is, injecting cash into the repo market, into the banking system, when the overnight lending rate spikes higher than that which the Bank of Canada wants it to. And while the Bank of Canada insists on its Twitter page that there's nothing to see here, that this is a return to normal market operations, I have in the past found it prudent and valuable to never trust at face value something coming from the government.
What?
As such, I have been in contact with the Bank of Canada since making that video last week and have some more information on the overnight repo operations that the Bank of Canada has been doing since January 3rd. So what I want to do today is go over what's happened since the previous video, take a look at what the Bank of Canada had to say on its Twitter page, as that appears to be the only source of additional information the public is receiving about these repo operations,
Doing a heck of a job there, Brownie.
discuss what's currently going on in the repo market, and then go over some implications for quantitative tightening. I'm guessing, hoping that when the Bank of Canada makes its policy rate announcement next week and has its subsequent press conference, that someone in the media will take a break from asking about rate cuts and ask the bank about the overnight repo operations. We'll obviously have an update out on the bank's policy announcement and subsequent press conference on this channel. Click like and subscribe if you want to get those updates, but for now, let's get into these repos. On to repos. First off, a very brief refresher. A repo stands for repurchase agreement, where banks trade cash and collateral with each other overnight, which helps banks that may have a lot of collateral on hand, like government bonds, but not a lot of cash. However, when the banks don't want to lend to one another at the Bank of Canada's preferred rate, the bank can indeed step in. Step in performing its own overnight repo operation, providing short-term loans to the bank seeking cash in exchange for. As mentioned in the previous video, starting on January 3rd, the Bank of Canada had engaged in over $30 billion worth of repo operations, that is, offering overnight loans to financial institutions to collateral when overnight interest rates rose above the Bank of Canada's preferred target. I had noted at the time that the media had failed to report on this seeming abrupt change in Bank of Canada operations, and as of this video, the media has kept up with that track record. But as we've seen in the past, there are much more important issues being covered by the mainstream media, by Bloomberg, than the Bank of Canada injecting cash into the overnight repo market for the first time since
You have a
March
window
of
open?
2020.
Yeah, I don't want to close it.
I
No,
don't
it's
when I
okay.
was younger. And
Regardless, fast forward to this week, and the Bank
I
of Canada
can
has
put on a
engaged
sweater.
in another $15 billion
I can put on a sweater.
overnight repo operations since the previous video. Now, I should note that although the Bank of Canada wouldn't disclose any of the details of these repo operations, as in who is taking these repos, who is the Bank of Canada lending money to, this $15 billion could be to the same financial institution over and over again. As in, the bank lends $5 billion, it gets paid back, the bank $5 billion, it gets paid back, etc. The Bank of Canada isn't clear on the details of these operations. And after doing media scrutiny, the Bank of Canada has taken to Twitter to explain its operations. Everything is fine. Taking to Twitter to note that injecting money into the market is not a sign of trouble. If anything, restarting repos is a sign that the market operations are returning to how they used to be before the pandemic. Now, there's actually a lot to unpack in this relatively short Twitter post. First, injecting money is not a sign of trouble, and that, taken by itself, is indeed true. The central bank's doing an overnight repo operation isn't anything out of the ordinary. It's one of the tools to manage interest rates. If the central bank wants interest rates to be 5% and RBC needs overnight money, but TD will only lend at 5.5%, the Bank of Canada can step in and lend at 5%.
What if my daughter gets
The Bank of Canada has just enforced its rate. No problems there. Nothing out of the ordinary. But what isn't normal is the Bank of Canada having to step in and do a repo operation since 2020. As the bank injected almost $400 billion during the pandemic, providing the system with ample liquidity floating around. No need to go to the central bank as a lender of last resort when there's money flooded throughout the system. And it's definitely not normal for the central bank to have to step into the $20 billion sitting in their accounts at the Bank of Canada. So, Canada had to do one of these repos that had to step into the market since back in March of 2020 when they injected almost $4 worth of liquidity. And let's briefly remember how that cash got there. It got there during quantitative easing, which the bank started during the pandemic, buying up bonds from the banks with printed money. So, on the one hand, yes, nothing out of the ordinary, the central bank entering into the repo market to enforce its target rate. It did this pre-COVID, not when there was $120 billion already in the system, but yes, it did this pre-COVID. On the other hand, this does represent a market shift, as the central bank has not had to enter into the repo market for the past 3 or 4 years, as there is ample reserves in the system. Yet, these reserves are drying up very quickly, moving much closer to the point where Deputy Governor of the Bank of Canada, Tony Lavelle, said in March of 2023 was the optimal level of reserve they wanted to see in the accounts of the banks, between $20 and $60 billion. In fact, when Lavelle made that speech in 2023, he noted that when those reserves got to the $20 to $60 billion mark, that's when quantitative tightening would have run its course, and the bank would start buying up assets again. Yet, we know that the Bank of Canada entered the repo market last week and entered it again this week. As I said during the previous video, something isn't as it should be. Further, when Lavelle made that speech last year, he said that if we were to see persistent upward pressure on the overnight repo rates in the market before settlement balances reach our estimate of steady state level, it could very well mean our estimate for the range was too low. Let's put this all together. The banks have about $120 billion in their accounts at the central bank. But the bank is resuming repo operations, exchanging cash for government bonds. Lavelle said last year that if the central bank had to resume repo operations before those settlement balances got to the $20 to $60 billion mark, which would be when the bank planned to end the
I also got chalk.
the bank's estimates would have been too low. Given that
I got chalk.
estimated that bank reserves would have to
Chalk?
$20 to $60 billion before the bank had to enter the repo market. And reserves are sitting at $120
Very excited.
billion, and the bank is entering the repo market. This tells me that the tightening could be ending sooner than we think. Sooner than that, which wasn't. Just remember what Q3 is. The Bank of Canada allowing the government of Canada to pay back its bonds and the banks not replacing them. So the government gets the money from the market, the bank pays back the Bank of Canada, and that money that was in the market ceases to exist. Given that, over the next few months, the government of Canada is set to borrow another $30 billion. We can imagine that even more of that $120 billion sitting on reserve at the bank is going to be used to buy up those bonds. So that's more money leaving the market, more money leaving the accounts of the banks, going to the government of Canada, creating liquidity from the system. So, just to summarize, the Bank of Canada says that there's nothing to see here. This is all part of normal market operations, a return to normal pre-COVID market operations. But the Bank of Canada undertaking repo operations, and the banks still have $120 billion in cash sitting in accounts at the bank. $120 billion in.
Where do we find this heater in Brossard?
Canada. tells me that something somewhere isn't as
Did we find this heater in Brossard?
This may be a return
What did we
to
find in Brossard?
pre-COVID operations.
Heater.
But pre-COVID, the banks didn't have $120 billion on hand at the bank. Today,
No, it was right beside the little park of Provo. Machine.
Oh yeah, we went to a ball.
If the bank is stepping in, and those reserves are at 120, which again tells me, as we talked about last week, that someone very well could be low on cash. Some bank, some financial institution, some counterparty could be low on cash. Yes, there is $120 billion sitting in the accounts at the bank, but that is composed of one bank having $119 billion and one bank only having $1 billion, necessitating an injection from the Bank of Canada. The problem is, we just don't know. Those statistics aren't released.
It's none of your business.
What we do know is that the Bank of Canada is engaging in overnight operations for the first time since March of 2020. It's been doing it for 2 weeks, and it's doing overnight operations much sooner than it had anticipated. What we don't know is which banks, which institutions are requiring these repo injections, and if these injections in the quantitative trading could be coming to an end sooner than many had anticipated. And if quantitative trading is, while the federal government is still running a deficit, while the federal government is borrowing more money than it takes in, will this lead to more inflation? We will continue to track.
I love you, sweet love.
I love you.
Best person
As
in the world.
unlikely though that may be, make sure you click like and subscribe if you want to get those updates. But for now, thanks so much for watching.
So you get all your investment advice.
That's just me. CJ.
Can you skip it for me, please?
Everything.
Everything. Okay. But which way is best? The question is, which way is best for you?
It's you to shut the fuck up.
Unfucking bearable.
Want me to do a barrel?
Thanks for clicking.
Thanks for clicking.
Thanks for clicking.
He's got more ass syndrome.
According to a recent market notice on the Bank of Canada's website. Now, news that the government planned on buying up Canadian mortgage bonds isn't anything new. We learned during November's fiscal update that the government was going to be buying up mortgage bonds as a means of getting more money into the banks to lend out for rental construction. Yet, what is new is what was announced by the Bank of Canada, and again, not picked up by the media, instead focusing on more big picture items, in that the bank intends to create a new repurchase or secured lending program for the government's Canadian mortgage bond portfolio, meaning a way for the government to use those purchase bonds as collateral to take out loans from the Bank of Canada, with all of the money creation that would entail.
I talked to them a million times. They don't listen.
So what I want to do today is go over the Canadian mortgage bond program and the government's plan to start buying up bonds, discuss the Bank of Canada's plans to repurchase or secure lending program, and discuss why it's more than a little concerning, and then go over a few remaining unanswered questions. Answers to these questions may be covered at the Bank of Canada's press conference at its rate announcement on Wednesday. We will obviously be covering that press conference and the rate announcement on this channel. Click like and subscribe to get those updates, but for now, let's get into Canadian mortgage bonds. On to Canada mortgage bonds, or CMBs. CMBs are bonds issued by the Canada Housing Trust, which acquires mortgage-backed securities from approved sellers, banks, etc., which it pays for by issuing bonds. Mortgage-backed securities, as we're all well aware, is basically a collection of mortgages rolled into a single security. So the banks have any number of mortgages on their books, they roll them all together, package them together into one single security, and can sell those mortgages on the open market. This is admittedly a little confusing. Put it all together. The Canada Housing Trust issues a bond or a promise to pay to investors. And investors give money to the Canada Housing Trust. The Housing Trust takes that money and buys up mortgage-backed securities, or a collection of mortgages from the banks. The CHT is paid the money from those collection of mortgages, which it can use to pay off those bond investors, pay off those investors that bought those bonds. On the one hand, the banks are happy as they're getting those mortgages off their books and making a hefty profit in the meantime. And on the other hand, the investors, banks, insurance companies, asset managers, etc., are happy to get a piece of the Canadian market without the risk of actually having to enter into that lending market.
Smart.
In fact, these investors that buy these bonds really don't risk anything, as these bonds are fully guaranteed by CMHC and carry the full faith and credit of Canada and constitutes the direct, unconditional obligation of Canada. So, investors buy these bonds from the Canada Housing Trust, which uses that money to buy up mortgage-backed securities, takes the money from those collections of mortgages, and pays back the bond investors. And these bonds are 100% guaranteed by the Canadian government. But, as mentioned, the government of Canada now plans to also become a major investor in these bonds. Yep, buying up the bonds of which they already guarantee.
Last time I didn't say it like that.
Let's take a look. The government indicated that this plan was to allow financing for the construction of multi-unit residences, supporting an increase in an additional 30,000 rental apartments per year. So, the government is going to be buying up these bonds, which were issued through the purchase of mortgage-backed securities. So, in essence, the government is buying up these mortgage-backed securities, buying up mortgages from the banks to get those mortgages off of the books of the banks, giving the banks more money to lend out for residential housing construction.
It's the least we can do.
So, the government, using the CHD as an intermediary, buys up mortgages from the banks, giving the banks more money to lend out for residential housing construction.
Yeah, but you guys like literally just said that you're
But, and this is the good
doing
part,
like a
is the
homeless
line
shelter.
Canada's operational announcement.
No, it's a hole in the ground. Just what the homeless wanted, not to dig their own individual graves. Just fucking bury them in one big hole.
There is a fair bit to unpack here, but I promise it's worth it. Let's briefly recall what a repo is. A repurchase agreement. A repo agreement is an agreement between two parties, usually between financial institutions, to sell a security, to sell an asset, with the promise to purchase. So, if RBC is low on cash but has a lot of collateral, they will put up one of their bonds to TD, TD will lend them the cash, and RBC makes the promise that it will repurchase that bond, that collateral, from TD at a later date. That's a little simplified, but in essence, that's what a repurchase agreement is. Which begs the question, why would the government need a repo program set up by the Bank of Canada?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Avec autant de choix, comment choisissez-vous la bonne nourriture pour votre chien? Vous voulez de la vraie viande comme premier ingrédient. Et vous voulez sans doute pas de la farine de sous-produits de poulet ou du maïs. Alors le choix est simple. Blue Buffalo. Choisissez Blue partout où vous achetez la nourriture pour votre animal de compagnie.
Is the Canadian government going to be low on cash but have lots of collateral available and have to go to the Bank of Canada for a short-term cash injection like RBC did in the previous example? No, they have the bond market available for that very purpose. In fact, I suspect that the Bank of Canada used the term repo, which usually means short-term loan, a bit more liberally than it should have, which is why the bank also added a secured lending program in its plans, meaning the government would just use general revenue to buy up those Canadian bonds from the market, could take those bonds, put them collateral at the Bank of Canada, and get a longer-term secured lending loan. So the government buys up those bonds from the banks, gives those bonds to the Bank of Canada. The Bank of Canada provides a longer-term loan on that collateral, which appears counterintuitive, given that the Bank of Canada has and is set to lose money over the coming years. As such, it's more likely than not that the Bank of Canada will be printing this money to loan to the government, as it does with other repo and secured lending agreements. So, it's more likely than not the Bank of Canada will be printing this money to loan to the federal government, collateralized on these Canadian mortgage bonds that the government just bought up, which, all things being equal, would expand the money supply.
Yeah. So what?
Well, according to Parliament and thousands of
We're gonna get at
history,
it.
large amounts of new money created to spend
Nope.
in the economy could lead to inflation. So, in summary, the Canadian government is going to be buying up mortgage bonds to get more money into the
Fucking.
banks, money which can be used to lend out for
Oh,
rental
fucking
construction.
like, swear to God.
However, the Bank
Oh,
of
yeah.
Canada, even before the program starts, is already preparing a program where
Tiddling,
those bonds
fucking.
can be used as collateral to
Chicken
lend out
fucking
more
brain.
money. Yet, a number of questions remain. First and foremost, why does the government need to inject $30 billion into the bank market when the banks still have $120 billion on reserve at the Bank of Canada? Second, and related, through what mechanism is the government of Canada going to ensure that the banks use that money specifically for rental mortgages? Is the government only going to be buying up mortgage-backed securities composed solely of rental mortgages? By the Bank of Canada's own account, they only plan on buying up 5 and 10-year fixed-rate mortgages. It will not be buying up floating rate and variable rate CMBs. I can say from experience that investors, in general, prefer variable rate mortgages, as the penalties for breaking them are so low, which is also why the real estate industry loves them, but that's a discussion for another time. And third, if the Bank of Canada is going to be printing money again, if they're going to be buying up these mortgage bonds, buying up these mortgage bonds from the Canadian government, injecting money into the banking system, granted through a number of intermediaries, then isn't that inflationary? The Bank of Canada does say that we are going to be getting a new rate on the purchase and the holding of these Canadian bonds, and we'll obviously wait to get more details on this repurchase, which I don't think is actually named, or secured lending program that the bank is expected to unveil at a later date. We'll obviously have an update out on those details on this channel. Click like and subscribe on the updates. But for now, thanks so much for watching. Thanks for clicking. All eyes were on Stats Canada this morning and was central release Canada's inflation data for the month of December, with majority of economists expecting inflation to come in hotter than it did in November. We got our news heard this morning when headline inflation came in as expected at 3.4%. With that said, the big news was core inflation, which came in much hotter than that which was expected. The data is definitely not what the Bank of Canada was looking for, and bond yields rose following the Stats Canada release, as the uptick will no doubt enable the Bank of Canada to delay impending rate cuts.
Nothing has changed.
Not further, as we'll see, not only did core inflation come in higher than expected in December, but November's readings were revised upward, meaning inflation is higher than we thought it was.
Yet no shit about
Yet, despite today's dismal inflation rate, it's not all bad news. With a recently released Canadian survey of consumer expectations and business outlook surveys showing that inflation expectations are coming down. So what we're going to do today is go over December's inflation data, take a look at some of the year-to-date data to get an idea of where inflation is going to be over the next couple of months, and then go over these surveys released by the Bank.
You can let the dog downstairs, by the way. You can let the dog downstairs. If he's awake.
We'll have that update out in short.
Well, whenever he wakes up, you can bring him down.
Let's get into this inflation data. As mentioned, Canada's headline inflation rate came in at 3.4% in December. Gas prices put upward pressure on December's headline inflation rate, due in large part to base year effects, as December 22's gas prices had fallen by 13.1%. So, with base year effects, last month's gas prices had a much bigger impact on the overall CPI number. Food prices from grocery stores was up 4.7%, matching November's increase. However, as mentioned, the big news was the increase in measures of core inflation, which strip out more volatile items like food and gas, and the measures the Bank of Canada uses when deciding whether or not to raise or lower rates. CPI median and CPI trim came in at 3.6 and 3.7% respectively. Further, not only did core inflation come in hotter than expected, but last month's core inflation readings were revised upward. So, last month, on December 19th, when we thought that core inflation was sitting at 3.4 and 3.5, and the bond market dropped by 10 basis points, despite worries that inflation was remaining sticky, the CPI was actually much worse than we thought. Not only was it sticky, but it was actually accelerating.
Well, thanks for trying.
And this very much matches what we saw last week in the United States, when the US core CPI also surprised to the upside. So, in summary, headline inflation coming in at 3.4%, core inflation coming in much hotter than expected, accelerating not only in December, but also in November. So, with headline inflation sitting at 3.4 and core inflation accelerating, where do we stand heading into the spring real estate market? Where do we stand when the Bank of Canada goes to make its April interest rate announcement?
Things are looking up.
The Bank of Canada is set to make its interest rate announcement on April 10th, and many are expecting an interest rate cut at that announcement. At that point in time, the bank will be looking at inflation data released in March, looking at year-over-year inflation from February 2024 to February 2023. So how much has inflation risen just since February 2023? If we look at the month-over-month data, since February, CPI median has risen 3.04, and CPI trim has risen by 3.14. So, if we see no more price increases between now and April, if we see no more price increases over the next 2 months, then core inflation will be sitting at 3%, give or take, when the Bank of Canada goes to make that rate announcement in April. And again, that's if prices don't increase whatsoever from now until then. Is the Bank of Canada going to cut rates when core is sitting over 3%?
This is 100%.
With that said, we do have at least some good news coming out of the Canadian Survey of Consumer Expectations, with expectations moving down, though marginally, for inflation over the next 1, 2, and 5 years. With that said, expectations are still far too high for the Bank of Canada's liking, and still much higher than they were before COVID. Inflation expectations, as we talked about so many times on this channel, matter a great deal to the Bank of Canada, as if Canadians expect prices to be higher in 1 year, they will spend money now, which will push up prices higher in a year. And in addition to Canadians expecting inflation to be better over the next 1 to 5 years, with businesses expecting to raise prices less abnormally over the next year, with 26.5% planning on greater than normal price increases compared to that of 27.21 at the previous rate. Not a great improvement, but an improvement nonetheless, and far less than we saw in 2023, when 48% were expecting to raise prices as normal. And finally, wage expectations, which the Bank of Canada has said time and time again that it wants to see fall, are continuing to go down. Firms are expecting to see wages increase by 4.1% next year, still too high for the Bank of Canada's liking, but moving in the Bank of Canada's preferred direction. So, in summary, Canada's headline inflation comes in as expected, but Canada's core inflation comes in much, much hotter than that which was anticipated. And as did November's, but we just didn't know it.
Nothing like that will ever happen again.
All things being equal, core inflation coming in hotter than expected in December and the upward revision in November, not to mention U.S. inflation also coming in hotter than expected, should relieve some pressure on the Bank of Canada to deliver that April rate cut. With that said, we are seeing at least some encouraging signs coming out of the Canadian Survey of Consumer Expectations and the Business Outlook Survey. Encouraging signs, but still nowhere near where the Bank of Canada wants to see them. We should have a much better idea of what the Bank of Canada is thinking when it delivers its policy rate announcement next week, and we'll obviously have an update out on that announcement on this channel. Click like and subscribe for more nickel updates, but for now, thanks so much for watching.
Qui a du mouvement et à l'inspiration.
Thanks for clicking. The London and St. Thomas Association of Realtors has released its data for the final month of 2023, showing the real estate market that is very different than that which we've seen in previous Decembers.
It's not. Yeah, it's not.
While many over the past 2 weeks have been predicting a big turnaround in the housing market with rate cuts just around the corner, the London market is showing much more supply available than we've seen going into previous years, with the big question being whether or not demand comes back. With 5-year fixed mortgage rates dropping on the heels of the major drop that we've seen in bond yields, buying power is definitely better than it was a few months ago. But, as we'll see today, it's not quite where it was a year ago, and, as with anything, context matters. So what I want to do today is go over London's real estate data for the month of December, take a look at where we stand this year compared to where we were last year, and then discuss what to look for next heading into 2024. We do have a big couple of weeks ahead of us. The Stats Canada is set to release and CPI data next week, and the Bank of Canada is set to make its policy announcement the week after. We'll obviously have an update out on both on this channel, so like and subscribe to get those updates. But for now, let's get into this data. Onto the data. First up, the benchmark price. The benchmark price, if you remember, this is the price of a home that represents the most popular set of features. The benchmark price was down in December. The benchmark in November was sitting at $577,400 and dropped about 6K to $571,200 in December. So that's about a $6,000 decrease in the price of a home that has the most popular set of features in December, only up about 0.5% since 1 year ago.
A golden opportunity like this.
With that said, the average price actually increased for the first time since August, with the average in November sitting at $594,200, bumping up over $20,000 to $614,887. So that's about a $20,000 increase in the average price of a home in London in December, bringing it back to where it was in February 2023, when it was also sitting at $614K. And the median price acted in very much the same manner. The median price, if you remember, that's where half as many homes are sold for over that price and half as many sell under that price. The median price in November was $560,000, and that jumped up over $25,000 to $586,500 in December. So again, that's an over $25,000 increase in the median price in December, and again, bringing the price back to where it was in February of 2023. However, while we do have increases in the average and median price of a home in London, if we look at the sales plus price ratio, we can see that homes are still selling for under asking price, even more so than they were the month prior. The SLPR measures by how much over or under asking a home sells. So if a home is listed for 100K and sells for 95, the SLPR is 95. The SLPR in November was 97.2, and that dropped, though marginally, down to 97 in December. So, on average, homes are selling for 3% less than their asking price.
I have invested in cars.
And we also saw some improvement in the months of inventory measurements as well, the MOI. The MOI that measures if no more homes come to market, how long would it take for them to completely run out of homes for sale. The MOI in November was 4.4, and that dropped down to 3.8 in December. So in December, we did see a decrease in the amount of inventory relative to that of demand. So we have the benchmark price down about 6,000. We have the average price up about 20,000. We have the median price up over 25,000. Homes are still selling for under asking price, even more so, and we have a bit less inventory on the market relative to that of demand. With that said, I think the real story coming out of December's data is the number of active listings available, sitting at 924 at the end of December. And while that doesn't mean anything in and of itself, that's a 37% increase from this point in time last year, a 900% increase from 2021, nearly 300% increase from 2020, and 80% higher than we had in 2018. We hear so often from the usual suspects from the media about pent-up demand, but these numbers tell me, in London at least, that we have a lot of pent-up supply. Supply that was listed over the past few months, which has yet to sell. And all things being equal, if we have more supply than we do demand, prices should continue to fall. So the question becomes, where is demand sitting? Bond yields have been coming down substantially over the past couple of months with mortgage rates falling, but is affordability that much different than it was a year ago? A year ago, when we saw the spring market take off once again. 1 year ago, a decent 5-year fixed rate was sitting at 4.79. Back when the big banks were predicting a hole or cuts by the end of 2023. Yeah, remember that when the usual suspects are pushing current market predictions as a means of instilling FOMO without referencing market track record.
My memory isn't what it should be.
Regardless, fast forward to now, and a decent 5-year fixed rate is sitting at 5.14. So 1 year ago, when rates were at 4.79 and the benchmark was sitting at 567K, buyers had to qualify at 6.79 and needed to earn about $135,000 with zero debt in order to buy that benchmark price home. Fast forward using today's benchmark of 571,000, buyers now have to qualify at 7.14 and now have to earn $140,000 to get that same benchmark price home. So buying power is a bit less than it was a year ago when the market took off, but nothing really significant. With that said, the economy definitely isn't where it was a year ago either. 1 year ago, we got headlines that Canada had added 104,000 jobs in December, and the unemployment rate was at 5%, compared to 0 jobs added in December, and an unemployment rate sitting at 5.8. Further, in addition to the unemployment rate, we're also seeing weakening in the credit markets. With Equifax reporting late in December that we're seeing a major increase in delinquencies, a major increase in late payments.
In Ontario and BC, we're seeing quite a significant increase in missed payments and delinquencies. So in British Columbia, about 122% increase, quite significant here in Ontario, just over 40%.
So yeah, buying power might be close to where it was a year ago. Rates may be close to where it was, especially if they continue to come down. But context matters. We do have a lot of pent-up listings heading into the spring market. We do have a weakening economy, and we have a credit market that is showing signs of stress. So even if demand does come back to the real estate market over the next few months, even if we do see that spring pop up in demand, with rates being in around 5% give or take over the next few months, it's not clear that that demand is coming back to the same market that we had last year. The credit market is different, rates are different. As I said in December, I think this is a very uncertain real estate market. No one knows what's going to happen. No one knows if demand is going to come back, what listings are going to look like, or what the economy is going to look like. With that said, we will continue to track all three on this channel. Click like and subscribe for vehicles updates. But for now, thanks so much for watching.
Investir et épargner, ça n'a pas besoin d'être compliqué. Préparez-vous pour l'avenir en simplifiant vos investissements et votre épargne.
Thanks for clicking. Inflation is beat, interest rates are coming down, and we're going to be seeing a soft landing. This was the message taken by the markets.
There's also data saying that birth
Well,
has
it's
been
nice down
increasing.
here if you
There's a
want.
patchwork of coverage for
Nice
fertility
down here if you
treatments
want.
across provinces, ranging from some to none at all. This infertility specialist wants more attention.
There's another sandwich here if you want.
For what you're going to do for your education, and I think we need to do the same thing when it comes to planning for a family. Peters always knew she wanted a family, but didn't know when, until she met her husband a year and a half ago. We just decided that getting married and starting a family here would be a beautiful thing. The drop in birth rate is not unique to Canada. Besides the US, it happened in every G7 country. Sarah Plowman, CTV News, Fredericton.
Alberta has unveiled a series of controversial new measures affecting the transgender community.
Prematurely encouraging or enabling children to alter their very biology or natural growth, no matter how their intention is sincere, poses a risk to that child's future that I, as Premier, am not comfortable with permitting in our province.
The province will ban gender-affirming surgeries for those 17 and under, and children under 15 will now need parental consent to alter their pronouns. Still ahead, a sour relationship. The wrath over grapes. Western neighbors wage war over wine. CTV News continues in a moment.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage nasal care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever." I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my socks.
This is good advice. I have a lot of experience with New Year's resolutions. Take those sound clips, move them up to the front as a little like teaser line. Like just like play this little teaser line and then say, all right, let's get into it. Yeah, I think you should definitely do that because that's gold right there, Jerry. That's gold.
I'm going to take you telling me to move it as a teaser and make it as part of the teaser. This is going to be the teaser. You're going to hear this at the beginning of the show.
Oh my God, your advice that you just gave me changed my life.
But then they're going to hear it again in the entire context and realize how terrible we are and how bad it is.
No, they won't. They'll forget. They'll be like, I don't remember that. Nobody will remember it. It'll be neat. They'll be like, oh, now I'm hearing that part. Oh, it's going to be so fun. I can't wait to hear that. It's going to be great.
At what point does this teaser end? It's the real question.
I don't know. Does it ever end? Maybe we go to teaser street.
It's stupid.
All right, well, let's get into it. This is going well, I think, with David Cooper, and I'm David Cooper. Listening, no one cares. The show where every episode, the last episode, for being out last week, but we are back to our irregularly scheduled programming. Besides being very stressed about my housing situation, which is not good. Also,
What?
One or two exciting things that I hope I'll be able to announce on this show. Now, this episode, Dan Riskin, our science expert, him and I can catch up from the last time we spoke, which was before the new year. And we're going to talk New Year's resolutions and how they can be done effectively. And spoiler, it's okay if you haven't started yet. Do I have a plan for you? So Dr. Daniel K. Riskin, Esquire, PhD, or something like
What was that?
I was late to your changing of the time at the last minute?
No, I was multitasking. I was working on another thing. One of my favorite things to get ChatGPT to do is to write Seinfeld scripts.
I thought you were going to say passive aggressive working.
No, this is not a work email. It's a side project. How are you, David Cooper? Did you get a haircut over the break?
I did, thank you for noticing, and I showered, so it's kind of tame. Hygiene part of the New Year's resolution. Did you do New Year's resolutions?
You bite your
No,
tongue
but
out.
I've been reporting on New Year's resolutions because there's this psychology paper about how you can use streaks, like doing something every day, as a motivator to get your resolution done. So instead of saying I just want to eat better or I want to get more exercise, you say I want to go to the gym at least 4 times every week for at least 20 minutes or something like that.
I want to talk about this in a moment because I've had insane luck to the point where we wouldn't be talking here today if I hadn't have done this pretty much to the T as this paper instructs.
Really?
Yes, we'll get to it. But I just got excited about it. I know it's the New Year. I haven't seen you since the New Year. How was the holidays? You went to the island nation of Florida, as I understand?
Yes, we went to Florida. I have to admit, I did come down with the likes of which I cannot recall getting whacked by a bug that hard in a long time. I was like fever dreams and so much sinus pressure that I couldn't sleep. Like, it was a mess, and I totally ruined my Christmas and then ruined the days after Christmas for everybody who was living in Florida. So I was the monkey from Outbreak, and I feel it sort of tainted my memories. It was a very nice trip, and everybody else had a nice time in that initial period, but I just feel guilty for making everybody sick, and I'm salty about how much time I spent lying in bed. It was awful.
Now, did you test for COVID? Was it COVID? Because I got COVID.
Well, did you? Well, congratulations. I may have had COVID. I tested negative, but I mean, if it wasn't COVID, it was RSV. If it wasn't RSV, it was the plague. I don't know what it was, but I just, like, my head felt like it was going to explode. It was just,
That's wild.
It's your food.
Your COVID, was it bad, or was it one of these minor ones?
I mean, the night
Food.
where I tested positive, it felt like the night I got my first vaccine. Like I had fever, chills. So it's like 100. Why do Canadians express fever in Fahrenheit? It's like certain things like human height we use feet and inches, but we're still living with meters.
Yeah, I think that with temperatures, though, you get the divisions between decimal points on the Fahrenheit scale are narrower than the divisions between Celsius points. And so you can give a more precise, even if not more accurate, more precise number. So you can be like, well, I'm 100.2 or 100.3, whereas in Celsius, maybe those two numbers would differentiate. So maybe that's one.
I had 100.9, so I kept telling Miranda, my girlfriend, I have 109 fever. 109, because I'm a hypochondriac. But, yeah, everyone talks about
I think you're also
Celsius is so useful. 0 is when water freezes, 100 is when water boils. But I just have this idea, Fahrenheit is extremely useful because 100 is where fever starts. So there is some logic to it. In a round, even number, everyone complains about how American systems are multiples of 10, blah, blah, blah. But what's the fever in Celsius? Like 37 point something, 38? We don't even know.
39.
I know our normal body temperature is 37. I don't know what our normal body temperature is in Fahrenheit.
39.
98.6.
I'll never remember that.
Yeah.
Surely I've heard that before, but maybe I can remember it right now. 98.6.
I knew that.
And like ovens.
Because when I was
Fahrenheit.
103, they said I should be in the hospital. And by the time you're 106, usually there's brain damage.
Cars are calibrated to kilometers, no problem.
That's true. There's more money, I think, in cars than there is in ovens. I don't know, though.
Like the world industry for ovens versus the global industry for cars, yeah, definitely more cars. But the profit, the margins, right? Like if a car costs $40,000, but it costs them $35K to make, and an oven costs $3,000, but it only costs them $50 to make. Maybe I'm not an economist.
Yeah, and I remember once when MC Hammer went broke and he was selling his house, he provided a tour of the house to some news reporter or something, and he had 2 ovens right next to each other. His kitchen had 2 of everything. And it was just an example of how when you're MC Hammer and you're making so much money, you can
That's funny.
do it all. You're like, sure, for the kitchen, just 2 ovens, just in case we want that.
I
I'm imagining he's roasting his squash in one and doing his duck in the other, and he's one at 400, one at 325.
He doesn't want them to touch each other because he's got this whole thing about touching things.
MC Hammer is a world-renowned baker. This is what we don't know about MC.
Yeah. Yeah, I call him MC too, because we're like,
Well, first name's Sam, his middle name's Hammer. Goldstein.
Hammer Goldstein, I think.
Like Whoopi Goldberg, one of my favorite of the Goldbergs.
Right, sure.
Yeah. I love that she did this stuff this whole thing. It was extremely good. It's so fun.
I don't know the history of that, but I think she's done okay for herself. I think she had a lot of money.
I love her, and I love her design.
Yeah, sure, I love her on Star Trek. I would also like to know how many ovens she had in her kitchen. Like, did she pair up? Because she's got MC Hammer money.
She got taken down a few years ago for saying something, I think, vaguely anti-Semitic or vaguely racist. I don't remember, but she didn't get it. That's all.
I don't remember what she said. It's the View, right? So they just like all they're doing is like throwing things at them so that they'll get mad and say something, and then so that everybody can come down on them for saying. I don't know. It's a formula. It seems to work. What a world. What a world. What a world. What a world.
So, Florida, fever chills. Your kids maybe got sick down those here as well.
They did. I'm in my way. And then the in-laws that flew in from Minnesota, they got sick too. I feel terrible.
But you got it the worst.
I got it first, and I got it the worst. That I know. Unless the in-laws were quietly dying when they got back from Minnesota and cursing my name, which they should be cursing my name, but I gave them the thing, no matter how bad it was. I didn't feel terrible about the whole thing.
With some tropical, subtropical zoonotic,
Oh, I wish. I wish. I mean, it just felt like the flu COVID RSV thing. It didn't feel like something fun, like yellow fever, malaria. Like, it wasn't tropical. It was just boring.
why are the fun fevers named after something? Scarlet fever,
Sure.
yellow fever.
Yeah, I don't know. Probably racist reasons. I don't know.
New Year's resolution. Do you have any?
I do not have any New Year's resolutions. Do you, my friend, have any New Year's resolutions?
In 2020, my last year in my career where I actually was a productive money-making human being, techie, software engineering manager.
Ooh, manager. I was bored until you said manager, and suddenly you got so much respect.
Well, my title before that was principal software engineering. Way fancy.
Then you run a little elementary school of software engineers, and you're the boss.
Yeah.
Right.
Although it's more about so, okay, even further back, 2014, I had just started getting into a stand-up comedy, and I said, I will perform on a stage at least once a week. I mean, many weeks it was 4 or 5 times, but that was more.
Good for you. That's a streak. Go on.
And if I traveled to Japan, I had money, I worked in tech. I traveled to Japan, I traveled to Sweden, I went to Birmingham, and I did comedy shows in all these places.
It was a good year for you, 2014.
That was the year where I was producing the comedy show towards the end of the year. That was part of my producing a show and being in it. And I needed to promote it. And so a friend invited me to promote it on his radio show, and that was the first time I was ever on the radio. And that's when I fell in love with the movie.
Yeah.
So as part of the New Year's resolution to do stand-up more, I discovered radio. So kind of by accident.
But that's also like that's the whole idea behind New Year's resolution, and you push yourself in a better direction because you hope that something big will happen. You hope it's not linear like that.
Yeah, tremendous luck with that. I ended up hating stand-up, sort of falling out of it, loving radio. 2020, as I go to mull over to quit my job, I'm like, I'm going to do 5 days a week, something to try to get a job in radio or do radio, and doing the small radio shows doing at the time wasn't enough. Producers, station manager, program manager. Meet people who are in the industry, do appearances on other people's shows, anything. And so I had a spreadsheet with a column, or a row rather, for every day in the year. And I had to put 5 in for the week, and if I did 4 in a week, I'd do 6 the next week. So I was kind of easy on myself. There was a way to make up, but I had to do it. And that's how I met the former program director, Newstock 1010, who's talking to the job that I work with.
But you emailed them out of the blue.
No, I hounded my friend George Strombolopoulos. Do you know anyone? Do you know anyone? Do you know anyone? And George was like, okay, I know one program. So I followed up with him, and then I got the emails. And then the meeting with him was something that I kept following up for, because if I do something in a given day, and following up with someone with something. I was really fastidious about it, and I'm doing that this year. I have a spreadsheet, and the goal is get a decent job or at least work towards it. Doing this podcast isn't. That's kind of the goal. But I wouldn't have had the job that I had and wouldn't have met you. Honestly, I wouldn't have probably been on radio, period, because I wouldn't have been so rigorous about doing stand-up in 2014 that I never would have been invited on the radio and discovered I love the media. Wow. New Year's resolutions for me, I stick to them.
Do you make every year? Because it seems like a really powerful for you. So when you talk about 2014 and 2020, in 2019, you make a run in
2013 was a shit year for me. I made the spreadsheet in the first week. I think I only did 4 instead of 5, and then the second week I was like,
oh, wow.
I have a bit of the alcoholics mentality where like you slip once, and that justifies slipping again. You know, like when I'm drinking, it's like, okay, well, I fucked up and drank, showed up at work drunk, and got in a fight with a friend, and my girlfriend's mad at me. Fuck it up. I drank yesterday, screwed up, even though I wasn't supposed to, so I'll drink tonight. You know, or the kind of mentality of like, I'm a piece of shit, I did this bad thing, I let myself down, so I'll just let myself down again today. It's not healthy, but that's kind of what happened last year.
How would you not have that mentality in 2014 when you do have a week where you do 4? How do you not fall off the wagon, so to speak?
It's a choice.
It's a choice. And so you make a choice as part of the New Year's resolution that this is going to be a wagon that I do not fall off of, and if I miss a day, I'm going to forgive myself and keep going. And so that's why there's this built-in mechanism to make up for it.
Yeah, but if you do 4 1 week 4, the next week 4, and then you're like so in deficit, you're never going to catch up. That can happen. In the past, it's felt like it's intolerable for me to slip. That's a choice, like, you know.
But I think like, what if you made like a 3 a week, and you plan to do 5, but you say, as long as I make 3, I'm good, and then you start easing on yourself.
I don't go to bed. I mean, I won't go to bed unless it's something. And if it's like 3 a.m. and I know I need to email this person at this radio station or social media, or somebody told me I could follow up with them, email this person who said they let me do it. I schedule it 3 a.m. and email to go up the next morning.
Oh, I see. But does 3 a.m. count as the day before?
Yes. Even if it goes out the next day, it counts for that.
Oh, you said, okay, yeah. Yeah, so I had a streak going for a couple years where I had to run 5 kilometers every day, but I could miss a day anytime I was. That was the rule. So basically, I ended up running almost every other day. Right? Like, as soon as I created that gap, I was like, okay, well then I run half days, and then I'm still achieving my goal, and that's all. So every other day, I would run 5 kilometers at least, and I would run farther some days.
What if you're sick?
You're sick, you run. So the day that I almost lost it, it was 10 at night. I had a beer. I was at the Toronto Maple Leafs hockey game with great seats. I was right up against the boards. I got these seats from somebody at Bell, like back in the day. I'm sitting there, I'm watching them play. They're great. And then game ends, and I'm like, oh no! If I don't run before midnight, I will have fallen off the wagon. I've been going for like 2.5 years. So the guy that I'm with, I'm like, I'm really sorry, but I got to run all the way home. Downtown to Leslie, I have to run.
With the beer in your body, your normal little clothes, and
yeah, I don't normally run after beer. I also don't normally run when I'm wearing a sport jacket and dress shoes and nice jeans. But I did.
Some fucking Forrest Gump energy right here.
I did. I ran all the way from downtown where the hockey game was, all the way back to Leslie. And the guy that was with me, he was my neighbor. He ran with me too. So, and then he had said,
good friend.
Keep drinking after that, and then I couldn't say no. And I was like ready for bed, but then we got to. If I ran with you all the way here, you got to come over for a drink. So then we ended up having a
absolutely. Wow, that's
Awesome.
Now, I want to just reiterate this alcoholics mentality and why it's so damaging. The idea is if you slip on your sobriety one day, that justifies, like, oh, I was disappointed with myself. You know, I'm a piece of shit. I drank when I wasn't supposed to. I'm an alcoholic. The next day you wake up and you're like, did yesterday, so I can break my commitments today. I have a problem with this mindset, although I try to work through it. And part of this, okay, I can make up for a mistake following week with a built-in mechanism to not be so hard on myself, but also a built-in mechanism that if I slip, I can catch up without, breaking the routine, the rules. So I can kind of have this structure that is like streak-like and a bit neurotic, and it's intolerable for me not to make it, while having simultaneously a built-in mechanism to have little slips and not be too hard on myself, because I will be too hard on myself. is what happened last year. I kind of wanted to say this lost my job. But my question is, with the running, is there a mechanism for you to catch up, or the day that you slip was the day that you
Yeah, it stopped. I didn't make it, and then I was like, well, I guess that's done. And then I moved on to larger distances less frequently, and I didn't make it a streak, but that's kind of gone. And so, I don't know, I've been trying to get back into running, but I haven't made it into a streak. But as I talked to you, I realized that if I'm serious about it, I should just make it into a streak. So maybe I do need to get back into a streak.
I've never actually done this, but I do advocate for this. New Year's resolution to start February 1st. Because everybody's trying to do them January 1st, and also stupid pressure, and people sign up for gym memberships. I mean, gyms love New Year's resolutions. They never use them. And I think if you're really serious about it, just do it February 1st, because there's no social pressure. It's not trendy. You really care. I've never actually done this.
I like that. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It's, you're talking me into this. I think I might do this.
It's good advice for people who have a lot of experience fucking up and knowing a lot about stuff and not necessarily doing it. Like people who are totally insane give really good kind of psychiatric advice because they've been through it. I've been through these motions of screwing up. I am an alcoholic, and I haven't slipped since February 8th, 2019. I do worry about the day that I do.
You count the days, like you know how many days that is?
No, but I know it's February 8th, and I know I'll hit 5 years. Sorry, Steph.
Because we were talking about February. It was September 8th, 2019.
September 8th, 2019. And I know that I'll hit 5 years since September 8th, but I'm not counting it.
That's cool though. There are apps. There's like I think the app's called Streaker or something like that. You pull it up and tell you how many days it's been.
I don't like this streak mentality because it's got a real built-in mechanism that once you miss a day or a week.
Yeah, you're back to being alcoholic again. You keep doing.
But also, like, the idea of giving up being so intolerable to you that you don't is also a helpful mechanism. So I don't know what the balance is. I think I found it where you're super fastidious.
You're coming up on 5 years without having a drink. So something's working.
Sure. But I would like to say that I'm scared.
Yeah, but just because you have a drink to be an alcoholic.
Are you going to do any of this resolution?
Well, now you're making me think I need to get back to my running thing. I should get back to my running thing because I liked it when I had it going, and it wasn't that hard to keep. Like it's
Apparently, all you do is run.
only 5 kilometers. Like the nice thing about that is like I was really
Like
good at
Silent
running.
J.
That was like my distance. I had a route, and I was like, okay, 8 kilometers. If you say 5, then as you're running, like I don't know, I've already done that. I'll keep going here, but at least I got a check mark, something like that.
On Tuesday of last week, I prepped a deck for a summary radio to pitch my show. I prepped audio clips for another person, and I met with someone in person. I did 3 things that day. These things I do a lot.
Right. But then you use one check mark. I see what you mean. Yeah.
And it can be as much as like emailing my agent to be like, hey, can you follow up with this person? It can be a small thing, but it has to be something.
So is that your resolution? Is that what you've done this year? Is that your resolution? Is 5 a week?
5 a week. Like, it's stupid shit. I mean, it's protecting to say about it. Like, meet with a mentor, apply for a job.
Yeah, but you just don't know that got you exactly doing that. It was so helpful for you. So it's not that stupid.
Yeah, or like doing a guest spot on a show where I don't regularly do a guest spot. Doing some social media bullshit. Like, it's all little stupid things that are part of the job. But yeah, it's a hustle. It's hustle a little bit.
Yeah, hustle a little bit every day. And also, when you go to bed, you feel like, okay, I did do something.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the things about being a freelancer, where you're kind of like, get gigs and all that stuff. It's like, sometimes a few days go by and you're like, have I done anything? Have I just stopped? Have I disappeared where anyone noticed? Those kinds of things. I understand those.
I know that if I disappear, no one will notice. I also know I crave disappearance right now, but the idea of people noticing is so painful and embarrassing. It's like the idea of my funeral. This is really dark.
I wasn't going to funeral. I was just like people not getting even.
I'm pretty down the level right now, and I'm like pretty much in remission with the major depression. But I've had moments where I want, like, it's just idiots haven't gone through the bridge, but I've had suicidal ideation. And what's really ugly is I start thinking, well, if I go, my funeral's going to be so embarrassing. People don't like me. I can't bear the thought of people noticing for a second that I'm gone. Because so few people will notice in such an embarrassing way that I have to stick around.
What?
I want to go. Like, that's how ugly the thoughts get. You're like, oh god.
That is, well, I mean, I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I mean,
Is that ugly? Is that better?
it is. It is. It's sad. But I'm glad that you're not there now. And, it's, I mean, if you're ever flirting with that, give me a ring.
I'll stop it.
I mean, or give me a ring any other time. I don't know. Just whatever it is that keeps you out of that mess. If I'm part of whatever keeps you out of that mess, just take advantage of me and that or whatever it is.
I've been out of that mess for
Good.
the real thick of it when I was going through my divorce and I had a drug problem, I was drinking. I'm like, sobriety has served me well.
Have you ever seen a show called Don't Touch Me, I'm Scared?
Yes.
No, I love it.
It's horrifying.
I just discovered it yesterday. It was like somebody in the New York Times wrote, like, here's the thing I found that is very weird. And it's like these three puppets, actually two of them are puppets, and one of them is a guy dressed as a puppet. And it's so weird. Like, one day the guy opens his newspaper and it says that he's died. They go, that's strange, I didn't know he died. And then, like, a coffin appears and, like, takes him away and buries him. And so what do I do now? Well, I get some friends and there's some maggots eating his leg. Like, it is so dark. It's so weird.
Right up his alley.
It's got music and it is hilarious, but it's also, like, it gives you an emotional feeling of, like,
Discomfort.
this is scary. This is like, it's actually scary. It's actually scary. But it's all playful and happy and British with all these, like, accents. Anyway, I recommend you check out. There's 6 episodes are on YouTube.
It's my new favorite show. Don't touch me, I'm weird.
I'm scared.
Don't touch me, I'm scared.
It is not what you think it's going to be.
I've only seen the first 2 episodes, and Lord God, I'm not the same person I was.
It is horrific.
They were weird.
Very disturbing.
The science behind rigidity around music festivals. Because you had these stories, and it got me thinking. There's something I've been wanting to talk about on the show about how New Year's resolutions help me. Like, you have to be careful because if you're too hard on yourself and you're too rigid, you'll end up kind of failing pretty hard potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I was putting my science stories together for the start of the year, and I saw a couple go by that were about New Year's resolutions, and I was just thinking about, like, my clients, the shows that I appear on, how that's going to be topical and they're going to be interested. So I was invested in sort of finding the silver lining on it. And the one about making routines is kind of like this marketing professor from Clemson University saying, here's an idea. All these companies do this. They do streaks, so try making a streak. But what he based his advice on a scientific paper he'd written. And in the scientific paper, they looked at what makes those streaks more or less likely to succeed. And these are streaks, not really New Year's resolutions, but things like going to every Alabama football game, every home game for Alabama football, 726 games in a row. Like this old guy who's gone to all the games, keeping that streak alive. Or other things that people do that aren't necessarily to make their lives better or whatever, but things that people can stick to for a long period of time. They try to figure out what it is that makes them stick to it. And what they found is that if the streak is part of your identity, if being on that streak is part of how you present yourself to the world and you see it as part of what makes you you, that is a streak that you are much more likely to stick with than one that you know is good for you or that is easy or whatever, or that you give yourself a bigger upside, like a big reward at the end of it. Whatever it is, it's the identity piece. And that resonated for me because when I was running, I was really proud of the fact that I was running, and I would identify, I would caveat a little bit. I'm not a runner, but I do run, and I was kind of proud of it, right? And now, like, I don't use that same line.
I gotta interrupt. My girlfriend loves Taylor Swift, but she says she's not a Swift. Now I'm mad at you.
What?
What about that statement angers you?
Because she's playing the fucking music all the time, and in your case, you're running all the time. You're a runner.
No. Runners are people that, like, love running. I don't love running. I just love what running does for me. But when I'm actually running, I'm like, no. When I'm going up the road, I'm like,
Yeah.
I know I'll feel better when I'm done. And then I come back and I'm like, I feel so much better that running was great for me. But I don't like running. Runners are like, I just have to
I keep those
I just
secret.
have to push myself. Oh, I ran into like 50 the other day. It was awesome.
I think this is one of these cases where it's doing anonymous.
No, it's different. It is different. And for the Swiftie thing, like, Swiftie has a whole kind of cultural connotation. Like, there's a bunch of people that call themselves Swifties. It's kind of like if you act like a feminist, you don't want to call yourself a feminist. It all makes sense to me.
Okay. I mean, I guess, yeah, she says Swifties are like crazy online. They have forums and meetups and they're conspiracy theorists, and she just loves the music. That's what she's just
She doesn't love the cult of school.
Yeah, there you go.
Fine. You're not a runner, but you're with.
Cool. Yeah. So that was one side of the New Year's resolution, was the science of how to make it work, which is to link it to your identity. The second paper that I found was a little less compelling, but interesting, where they basically made up these stories and people read them. And it's like, this person said they were going to go to the gym every week, but then they didn't go to the gym every week. Would you still want to make them your lab partner for this class? They were undergrads or something like that. So,
well, there's a reason why you might not, because they're using you as part of their accountability or accountability structure. Like, they're proclaiming to their social circles, I'm going to the gym. I'm starting a new week. Implicit in telling them that is sort of making me accountable. I don't want you to be accountable to me to go to the gym, but you're involving me by now, making a big deal and talking about it, telling me about it, one shot about it, encouraging me to go to the gym. And then when you stop going to the gym, I'm like, screw you. You're using me as accountability, and you're not being accountable. I don't want to be a fucking lab partner. What do you say? You have to get the science experiment done on a Tuesday. You're not going to do it.
Your sentiment, it matches with what people said. When people feel that they're a New Year's resolution or whatever it is, people are like, no, I don't really think they're very. They don't have pretty good self-control. I don't want them to work with me because I don't think they're reliable. But then what they did is they modified it. So they said, okay, the reason that Sally failed on her New Year's resolution to go to the gym,
the reason Sally failed on brushing your teeth every day is,
well, no, it wasn't brushing your teeth. It was harder to work for this. Going to the gym. The reason is Sally did not have money for a gym membership.
Or enough money for toothpaste.
Sally had spent all the money on methadone or whatever, and so could not buy toothpaste. I don't know. But in the examples they used, it was usually exercise or diet, right? So Sally didn't eat a vegetarian diet because it was getting too expensive, and she found that. So there are two branches of excuses that they used in this experiment. One was it's too expensive, and the other one was it took too much time. So for some of those, like, I would need to go to the gym, but I just cannot. I could not make it. I was too busy with work. I did not have time. I literally could not go to the gym for half an hour 5 days that week because I had this huge project that I had to do. People are sympathetic to the money excuse, but they are not sympathetic to the time excuse. And that is not because one of those really is more.
Experience with New Year's resolutions.
Take those out, move them up to the front as a little like teaser line. Like just like play this little teaser line and then say, all right, let's get into it. Yeah, I think you should definitely do that because that's gold right there, Jerry. That's gold.
I'm gonna take you as a teaser and make it as part of the teaser. This is going to be the people hear this at the
beginning of the show.
Oh my God, your advice that you just gave me changed my life.
But then they're going to hear it again in entire context and realize how terrible we are and how bad this is.
No, they won't. They'll forget. They'll forget. They'll be like, I don't remember that. No, they will remember it. It'll be neat. They'll be like, oh, now I'm hearing that part. Oh, it's going to be so fun. I can't wait to hear the end. It's going to be great. Oh, let's go. I'm at the gym. Because guess what? I'm going to the gym every month. Or every day. What am I going to do? I tell you, I'm going to the gym every single day, starting now. Yeah, come on.
At what point does this teaser end? It's the real question.
I don't know. Does it ever end? Maybe we go to Cedar Street.
That would be cool. So the first words that people will hear is that will be the end of the teaser. If they listen to the teaser in the show, not at the beginning. Right now on the show, that's the part they wouldn't have heard at the beginning that we teach. Right now we're in the key part that people didn't actually hear at the beginning when we teach the teaser that we just described.
This is very, very David Cooper. This is the most David Cooper conversation I've had in a long time. Might be my most David Cooper conversation I've had this year.
So, David Cooper, 2 rules to succeeding. Three rules to succeeding in your study. Be rigid, but have a mechanism to catch up if you fail 1 week or go fall slightly behind. For example, you're running once every 2 days. If you screw up, run 2 days.
You just have a defined rule instead of a cliff.
Exactly. And it kind of is a cliff because you start to like if you miss 100 days.
That would really get you, right? If you did it as an exponential function, like if you miss a day, you have to run 2 days in a row. If you miss another day, if you miss a second day, you have to run 4 days in a row, something like that.
Or just like, don't be so fixated on January the 1st. If you fuck up in a month, like start it again the next month of the month. You go like March 1st, whatever, like let's say June 14th. June 14th to June 14th. Like, you know, you can there's mechanisms to.
June 14th is not good for me. I'm pretty busy that day.
Look, I just mean make mechanisms to forgive yourself for being shithead and breaking the rules with yourself and starting when you do.
Yeah.
Okay? So, mechanisms to catch up for missing things. Still make it pretty rigid. Mechanism to catch up, still pretty rigid. Start January 1st. Don't tell anyone to come up. Those are my 4 rules. Not 3 rules.
4 rules. Yeah, I like it.
And measure the progress. I have a spreadsheet with a column for a row.
Oh, do you have another spreadsheet that calculates the count, that keeps the count going for you or anything like that? Like, how do you?
I have a notes column and I highlight days on. So 5 days I have a highlight in green, days off I highlight yellow. And if I miss a day, that's now red. And if I do a 6 in 1 week, that's bright green. I got a 6.
Your color code that you have conditional format.
Yeah, I got to well now I made it. But
What? Oh, making the spreadsheet more fun than using the spreadsheet. You got to conditionally format those things.
conditionally formatting based on a prior row is kind of hard. And adding borders based on conditional formatting, you can't do on Google Sheets, and I use borders.
Oh, Google Sheets. I'm using Excel. I know Excel is like the old people's spreadsheet program, but I do like Excel. I really do. It's better than
It's an amazing, it's one of Microsoft's great products. If you really do have to know how to use it, because fucking made before 1940 with all kinds of crazy shit that like wouldn't be intuitive today, but people now have to learn it.
Yeah.
Whereas Google Sheets kind of takes the more, okay, it's a little more intuitive if you've never seen a spreadsheet before, and you weren't trained on Excel when you're 90 with computer function, searching like it.
Yeah, I think like Excel spreadsheets. I'm like equals function, open parenthesis, blah, 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 blah.
I mean, Google has all that, but it's also just like intuitive. Driving the process intuitive.
Now anytime you and I get into an Excel conversation, you can tell the listeners are like, oh, beat that. You gotta beat that. I didn't mean to swear. I swear.
At least you say shit. I have every time you sworn that I do it. Mini sizzle ready to use the blast.
Good.
Yeah, here's the solution. I've already overshared. I've overshared. I shouldn't have told anyone the subject.
Are you an oversharer?
See what I did there? Yes, obviously I am. My life's work is oversharing. I turned oversharing into an art form there. Now it's a good art. No, it's art.
There happens to be a scientific paper about oversharing that I want to share with you. It's a paper about why we overshare, and it's making the argument that we overshare because of these evolutionary drives that are not rational. The idea is that this sort of strawman hypothesis of paper fights against is this idea that when you decide to overshare, it's because you've done a calculation in your head. You said, if I overshare, I'm kind of vulnerable, but they're going to like me. I'm going to do the math. It's worth it. I want them to like me. And so you do the math, and you're like, okay, I'm going to overshare this time. And then later you're like, I didn't do the math very well. But what they're saying is that there's no math. There's no rational anything. It's all emotional. And it's the more emotional you feel, the more likely you are to overshare because it's like this release when you feel a certain kind of tension. And then you have these arguments about why that's good for group selection, and I don't believe their arguments. But the idea that it's emotional, I think is pretty compelling.
So I have anxiety and anxious all the time. I'm as anxious to interview you as I am to public speak in front of 1,000 people as I am to say hello to the barista. It's almost like that scene in The Hulk when she asked the Hulk, how do you not, how do you prevent from being angry? He's like, no, I'm always angry, Like, so even when he's not angry, he's always got control over it. I'm always in the 10 for anxiety, so anxiety is actually a superpower. Bad for me. Doing stand-up comedy is not so bad for me because everything is bad for me all the time.
You should put that as the real to it. That's not.
No, the real sucks.
It is good. I remember it. It was fun. It ended with the real thing.
Just use the real word. So I think maybe I overshare some anxious all the time, but I don't really see it as a vulnerability because I overshare with everyone. Everyone knows everything about me, but I also talk about my intimate details of sex life with Miranda on the radio and their problems. But then I have these friends who, like, when they have a sexual problem that they wouldn't share with anyone, they'll be like, okay, I can tell David because he's told me all these things and I can trust him.
Do you do good at
Well, I'm like, you can't trust me. I tell everybody this shit. I'm not in the same space. Plus, I have a big mouth.
You should learn from hearing me say too much, is that I say too much, not that I am a safe place to tell too much too.
Exactly. I have one friend who's a real, like, cards up to the chest.
I had like some Asian dude stop on the street and confess he needed food to go down.
He's confiding these things. Like, I didn't want to hear their so weekend about it.
That's how I met my friend Alex. Alex is from Ukraine, and Alex is finding a girlfriend. So now me and Alex are buddies.
Or we just were feeling more emotional when we do it.
By their definition, oversharing is when there is not a matter. When you've done it and then you're like, ooh,
there was a black kid that stopped in the street that only told me his middle name. He asked me if I would sell him pot, and I said, no, I think I offered him some. And he came back later and told me he wasn't actually, he's not actually going to smoke pot.
The day of the funeral, where this big emotional day, or if they're in a fight, obviously, when you're in a fight, let's say things that you regret afterwards. But also, even just if you watch a really sad movie and then you know somebody, you're more likely to overshare in those contexts. And so they really believe that it's this, once the emotions kind of start coming out, we feel this tension and we feel like confiding in some people's secrets is going to make us feel better. But they liken it to a dangling carrot. They say it doesn't really work and then you just regret it afterwards.
Well, I think it's better as well.
But you don't have something else to worry about. Yeah.
Just thinking about friends and friends, I'm sure that you thought I overshare. I would say it's
Right.
how bad.
I mean, you said, okay, so it changes the nature of your relationships with other people because they see you as an oversharer, so they feel safe to share with you. But then, how do you feel emotionally when you overshare? Like, you go on the radio and you're like, all right, I have this thing that I'm feeling very anxious about, and then you talk about it, and then you're like, all right, I shared it. Does that make you feel better or worse?
I don't know. I really give this a lot of thought. The idea of like, well, here's what I'm vulnerable with, or here's what I could be made fun of. So I'll tell you on my terms, like an own narrative.
No one shits on me harder than
I'll make fun of me, or I'll say I'm terrible. So that if you make fun of me and say I'm terrible, I'm like, yeah, I know that. I own that.
You took the wheat out of their sales because now they can't use it.
First of all, bullied over the 3. Oh, because I'm gonna fucking suck shots, dude.
Observing, listening to, consuming works of art, consuming interviews, consuming media, what people overshare. Like, there's a lot of reasons why I like doing this kind of stuff, but I don't know. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that is an answer. I mean, you're cultivating the culture, but for you, it's part of your art too, right? Because you're creating a space where oversharing is part of the ego.
So, there's that. I had to think about
I ended there. Yeah, it's interesting. For me, I keep my guard up. Like you know me. You've talked to me a million times. I always keep my cards close to the chest, and I'm always worried about just looking back. I have this like anxiety that I will look back at something I did 5 years ago, like why did I share those details? Because my situation has changed so much. Because I've always been like I've never been a big star by any stretch of the imagination, but there was a time where I was like appearing on these different shows, and I was like, I don't know how big this is gonna get. And so if I start putting pictures of me with my significant other on social media, what if people come after them or something like that? And so I was early on because I didn't do social media as an academic at all. And so then once I started doing TV stuff and I started doing this stuff, I was just like always had this like there's such a huge downside. There's such like this the scale of this could change in a way that I don't know what to expect. And so I've always been way more cautious than I've ever needed to be, and that's just become sort of my habit. I'm pretty comfortable with it now.
I've been described as psychotic when it comes to sharing personal life by people. I have not yet really, little bit, but had consequences from it. I've had listeners who reached out and they were uncomfortable with the way speaking about I had to set boundaries, block people. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's more like I'll be able to. I trust my ability to deal with circumstances like that should they arise, than live in fear of it.
Yeah, I think there's wisdom there because we are more resilient than we give ourselves credit for. I think the anxiety about how I would handle the future if this happened or that happened, like the research I've seen shows that the research I've seen says don't buy insurance because if your house burns down, you'll actually be okay. You'll be able to deal with it just fine, and you don't need to replace all those things. And so paying all this money every year instead of you being able to get back 7% of your account or whatever, it's not worth it. And so I have insurance. I don't take that advice, but I think there's wisdom to that advice.
Yeah. And in terms of looking back at being embarrassed or worried about things like that, I've done so many things that are so crazy. And then I look back at, especially as an alcoholic, things that I've done to friends, the way I used to be, like I used to torture people. I used to be mean to people and think it was funny. You know, because I'm always kind of on that line, on that edge of like, am I going to offend you or not? And I like to play and perform on that line. If you had alcoholism, it makes like a cross that
right. That is kind of an alcohol thing, isn't it? It pushes you over those kinds of things.
And it's just, it's hard for me to like worry about saying doing something that causes me discomfort or embarrassment or being mistakes. I just don't have so much. And I regret all of it, and I've apologized for all of it. But the best I can do is just be the best as I can today.
Yeah, you said that before. So like, I don't go on social media for that drink. That's the best thing for me.
That's good. Yeah. I know we're
Yeah, okay, we should stop. But this has been a nice one. It's always a nice one. They're always better than I remember them. I always think, oh, this is a really good one. That's 3 in a row of those.
It's funny you think to yourself, oh, this is a really good one, because I always think Dan is never going to show up here again. I said or did something so embarrassing. The first time I met you, I was like rude or blunt. I don't remember what.
So you go worried with something.
In my mind, I left a bad first impression.
Nah, no, there's no better. And we're past first impressions now. Now on the late.
Imagine every time you see me, it's the last impression. So we're past first impressions. We're on to the last one. Dan, thanks for coming here. Thanks for doing this.
It is a pleasure. All the best. Thank you for your time.
Hello and welcome. It's Therapy Thursdays on a Thursday? I think you're right. On This Is Going Well, I think, with David Cooper. And I am your host, David Cooper. It's This Is Going Well, I think, the show where no one cares. The last episode, I want to stop. I want to pause, and I want to thank my producer, Danny, for getting me a weird mushroom message that I didn't know. Thank you, Danny, for the mushroom. Today, Gary Deerenfeld, co-worker therapist, to talk therapy with me. I know, that's originally the point of the segment, but usually we just shoot the shit.
We chew down, as I say. That's when people discuss things that are unknown to most people. If you like Gary or want to retain him for his services, check him out at yoursocialworker.com. Let's jump into Therapy Thursdays. Hello. You look freshly shaven, freshly haircutted. Did you the haircut was a mess? Did you fell into a pair of clippers? Like how does that?
From the beginning of COVID, I started cutting my own hair. And there I was 2 weeks ago. And I actually did a great job. I do a good job overall. And then I noticed there were a couple of hairs sticking out.
What's the back? How did you do that on the back?
It's amazing what you can do blindfolded. So with these few hairs sticking out, and I had switched blades because I do a little shorter around here to clean it all up around the ears. So I went after those couple hairs sticking up the top, and I didn't realize I still have the shorter blade in it.
Well, I mean, you look sharp.
So then I had to take it all off, right?
I've done that with my side row. I get one too high, and I get the other one to match it, but that's too high, and then I get the other one up.
And then you start chasing one after the other.
And by the end of it, I have no side row, so that's why I don't do my side row.
My hair hasn't been quite this short since I was a school age kid. I used to get brush cuts every other week.
My mom wouldn't let us get brush cuts. She said, "Look like you're in a concentration camp. This is the joy of growing up for living with mother." And anything we did. It was like when I got my first tattoo, it was in my arm in the place where many people in Europe around that time were tattooed, and my mom could not. She still asks me to this day, can I get it removed? She also acts shocked like it's her first time seeing it. I've had this thing for maybe 15 years.
So listen, this is why there's transgenerational trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, I'm very sincere. When the person who's experienced the trauma then lays it on top of their children.
Yeah, but all of my family got out. Like her family, their parents met before the war in Brazil. My grandmother escaped through Siberia. Like they weren't there.
But they can still bring trauma forward.
Yes, I agree. I mean, the Holocaust was not fun even for Jews who weren't there. I get all that. But my mom's a lot, that's all.
She sounds it. Okay.
I got into a correction, and I think it shows how full of shit I am. Because last time you were here in December, and I gave a heartfelt anecdote about my grandmother's brisket, how her caregiver, when she died, brought the brisket, and how lovely it was. Yeah. And about kindness. It was fucking turkey. It wasn't brisket. That's how observant I am. I get in the story. I know there's a kernel of truth in it, and I tell it heartfelt and sincere. My brother, for whatever reason, decided to listen to my show, which is a real shocker. And he calls me right away. He's like, it was turkey, not brisket. I'm like, what are you talking about? He said, with Gary on the show. So I got to issue a correction.
So you know where that correction of yours may be coming from as well? From a place of moral anxiety.
Sure.
Oh my God, I did something wrong, and I got something wrong, and I gotta correct it. God forbid anyone else, I did something wrong, I gotta make it right. And the truth is, that's the thing. People suffer that to a great degree. And here you are, 2 months later, raising this as a must-be-said thing.
I'd rather be able to do it.
Okay, well, when in fact, most people would allow you that mistake.
Well, I'm glad you didn't call me out on the meat of it, which was like, brought it was mad, like the sentiment was true, and I'm glad I validated it was true. But
that's right. It was about the sentiment. Who cares if it was the brisket or the turkey? But some people live and die on this stuff.
I agree. I know how it happened. I don't recall like lying and knowingly lying, but I do know that I try to like chew up my stories to make me some extra Jewish. as if I'm Larry David or something, and I got my brain in like performer mode when I'm trying to like dial it up to 11.
I blew up my stories. I gotta be more ethnic than before.
Like if I'm in a restaurant with a friend and I'm telling a story, the story might be accurate, but of course the restaurant gets switched to a deli. Like I gotta turn that up to 11, and that's what's probably happening.
I got so many ethnicities, and I think that saying, "You freak out," telling you that, I think it applies to so many of my friends when they speak with me as well.
I have to be careful because I use the adjective Jewy a lot, which is fine if you're Jewish.
Like, well, yeah, it's like with any ethnicity, we can use those words ourselves, but heaven forbid somebody outside the ethnicity uses it. Yeah, that brings me back to the 1990s when in a group of other service providers, I used what I realized as it, well, after, not as soon as, I used a slur.
Oh, I kind of know what it is. If you're not comfortable saying it.
It was with respect to Indigenous persons.
Oh, savage.
And, it doesn't matter what my intention was. What mattered was it. I
The
came
sentiment.
to understand how offensive it
Yeah.
was. But the thing is, we're all still in this process of learning. So if it escapes your mouth and it comes to your attention, I think it's good to have that moral anxiety. And you do.
I feel like it's a two-strike system. Like one, you didn't know, and two, like you now know. No, except
Yeah.
I was reading your Facebook page where you post lots of different mentions and something caught me.
Which one?
Or as my girlfriend Miranda affectionately tells people to do this, counters.
Oh my God, yes.
People who count the amount of deeds that they do and you do, and
I did this for you. What are you going to do for me?
exactly. You gotta shore up, square up, whatever. If you take the dog for a walk, you better fold the laundry. If you don't fold the laundry, I'm 1, you're 0. And that adds up. And a month later, I'm out.
Those relationships are often very sad and fraught with a lot of conflict. And there's an immaturity about that. It's not necessarily how the relationship starts, but if it devolves to that, get help or get out, because you're otherwise consigning yourself to a life of misery. And you may think you get a hit of dopamine every time you hold your partner accountable or one up them, but really, is that what you want in a relationship?
And it's a competition, not a partnership.
Correct.
And let's get the uniforms. For example, our cat has 4 chores that need to be done every day. 2 feedings, 1 poop scooping, and then a late night kill. The 4 things. And I found myself doing all of them. And finally I said, and Miranda, I'm like, let's just try to do you do 2, I do 2, you do 2, I do 2. Every day but if you fuck up one day and you're busy and you have to rush out to work, you come home late, like I'm not gonna, sometimes I do overtime, so I said, maybe I'm accountable.
Or, sometimes we have our preferred activities, our preferred chores, and our least preferred chores.
She does the laundry, I take down the garbage.
Oh, welcome to my life. So, but if you can at least do it on the basis of a discussion, because then you're actually accommodating each other and you're sharing the load. That's okay.
I think letting it fester is the problem. It's like have the conversation, try to divide it up.
And to make it for me.
But don't count over the course of 6 months. Every time you walk the dog.
My wife is good. When I piss her off, not yet, not when, because I'm human, I can piss her off. She'll, if not in the moment, certainly by the next day, she'll have thought about how she wants to phrase this with me, but she'll say, I want to talk to you about something. Well, that's the phrase that, my spidey sense goes up. And, all right. And she'll tell me what I did that pissed her off. Now, my wife is a nice lady. She's not a bitch. She's not out to get me. So So when she does have something to tell me, I do listen attentively. I do. And rather than being defensive, because, oh my God, you know, it's not me, it's you. I wouldn't have, if you hadn't, all that kind of stuff. My next line is typically, what would you like me to have done differently? Which is a really interesting one.
That's honestly what I say too. I mean, how can I best, address your issues?
Exactly. And again, because my wife is a nice, reasonable person, she'll tell me 99.9 times out of 100 what she's looking for is reasonable and doable.
Wait, I want to know what the 1.1% Gary. What's she getting you to do? You have to bury the bodies with her? What?
Then it's a discussion. I can't remember what the last one was either, but I work with the couples where one or the other stands on ego, and as a result, that gets in the way of meeting the needs of the other, hearing, criticism or requests for change. And my God, if you want a good relationship, just be more helpful to you and deliver it. Because more often than not, what's being asked for is typically what is reasonable, typically doable. And if it isn't, okay, there's no red flag.
It reminds me of what we were taught in primary school. Growing up in Toronto, I remember grade 6, we learned this. It would be so dumb, I thought it was an insult to my intelligence. But it's stuck with me my whole life, and I love it. And I tell it to others. It's called the WIN formula of conflict resolution. I don't know if this was specific to the junior school I went to, or maybe they taught it all across Ontario. But basically, what you do, I feel, next time. You don't take the dog out for a walk every night and it falls on me, I feel like I have to carry more weight of taking care of the pet. You agree we both do it. Next time, take your butt out every night. Something like that.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before, and I think that's brilliant. So, my growing up in the 60s at Bathurst and Wilson, I went to Baywood Public School, and Toronto's organized by ethnicity. It was then, it still is, less so now, but tremendously so back then. So we're in the Jewish community, and that's all you see there. From kindergarten through to the end of grade 6, there was only one Jewish kid, one non-Jewish kid in all my classes. It's the only person whose name I remember, right? Because like Sesame Street, one of these things is not like the others. That was Dolores DeLello.
Dolores DeLello. And in Jerry Springer style, she's here with me now. We have her on the line. She wants to die. Okay, cool.
I gotta tell you, I hunted for her online because I want to apologize. It wasn't just me, it was everyone in the class.
She got her for being a joke.
Yeah, I tell you. And, one day in grade 6, she brought pizza to share with the class. And it wasn't pizza as the rest of the class would have known it with the red sauce, cheese, and whatnot. This had a more of a white sauce and herbs.
It was a fancy, schmancy Italian.
Well, not actually, it was much whiter, actually. More like a focaccia. And everyone made, that's not pizza. And she's Italian, for God's sakes. She brought this from her family. And we did the dialogue, and we as a kid.
Yeah.
So, wanted to find her and have that conversation. I've never been able to.
Have you ever gotten one of those or given one of those like 20 years later, the apology? Because I got one a few years ago that I still bought.
No, I haven't.
So I was in university and I was working for a professor. It was a little group of computer science students doing research. And one of the people in our group, she had just moved to Canada. And she was Iranian. I think I was the first Jew she's ever met.
Okay, yeah.
She pulls me aside. She's like, I just watched the movie The Pianist. I don't believe that the Holocaust happened. How could that have happened? How could have the Europeans let that happen? And I was just like, what? And I'm like, first of all, I'm not the spokesperson for the Holocaust. Go to a museum, read a book.
But you're the only thing she knows that represents.
I know, but I'm like, I don't want to engage with this. Like, I'm not here to.
Honestly, I've had similar experiences to that where people see me as representative of, and trust me, I'm not.
I'm not am, and I'm not. I just don't want to be involved. And then she's like, why don't you want to have this discussion? She starts yelling at me, and it was in front of my coworkers, and I'm like, please back off, please drop this.
Oh dear.
Didn't think anything of it. It was a little fucking annoying. The next day we went back to getting along. She's a wonderful person. I just chalked it up to growing up in Iran. I don't know what those schools are teaching the kids, but probably, stuff like she was spewing, because I don't think she was a bad person.
Right.
She comes to Canada like married at 19. She's wearing a headscarf, everything. 15, 20 years later, she adds me to Facebook. She's a lesbian. She's divorced. She's working for a tech company in Silicon Valley. I think she's like got a green card.
Boy, has she assimilated.
She's got like pink hair, and she's like,
Why? Oh, come on. What the fuck?
Of the solution, but public transit trains should be the priority because they are way cheaper overall and they can provide lots of services. And we should not rely as much on large SUVs as we do now because this is costing us a lot and it's not good from even if they were all electric, the SUVs would lead to a few problems that we should avoid.
Okay, tomorrow you're by total magic, you're the CEO of Hydro-Quebec. What would you focus on? What would be your priority?
Well, there are many priorities.
Take the top three.
The top three, of course, refurbishment and making sure the system is reliable. That's of course a top one. Mm-hmm. Then I would focus on explaining better to Quebecers the situation and the choices, because we were not honest enough with the different choices we can offer to citizens. When we're talking about more wind, possibly some hydro, possibly some more nuclear, but we're not talking about the trade-offs. If we do invest the $15 billion a year for 10 consecutive years, as the Hydro-Quebec Action Plan is actually looking at, then these are huge increases in rates for everyone. We should be more honest about if we only invest, then we'll have huge increases in rates. Why not increase?
Look, like I'm dating a Jewish girl right now, and I keep on replaying what happened 15 years ago, and I can chalk it up to my ignorance, but I just want to say this.
In the sense that Hydro-Quebec will be more profitable, that can be shared with everyone. So we have to explain the trade-offs. More energy efficiency and less construction. There'll still be wind farms and most likely some solar farms too. And solar panels on some rooftops, but we can minimize the additional construction. And the first priority would be interconnections with our neighbors. We need to make sure we discuss with neighbors because there is a huge business case to balance the additional wind our neighbors will produce. To buy that wind when they have surpluses and sell them hydro when they lack wind. So there's a business case for more interconnections. We need to focus on that to help decarbonization in the Northeast with our neighbors, while at the same time making money.
Very interesting as always, Pierre-Olivier. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Pierre-Olivier Pinault, professor at HEC Montréal.
This is 24 Hours of 800 on News Talk Radio, CJAD 800. iHeartRadio.
Celebrating Black History Month.
February is Black History Month. We're celebrating Black excellence with curated playlists, podcasts, plus encore episodes focused on Black artists. Encore, the stories behind the songs you love. Take deeper this February and celebrate history and culture. Search Black History Month online at iHeartRadio.ca.
J.J. Cardinal Funeral Home is proudly family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult moments. They offer pre-planning.
Sorry, I told her it was okay and that I didn't remember. Maybe I shouldn't have lied. I told her I didn't remember. I think to just absolve her a little bit, right, and make it feel like because I did remember. And that was that. It was just very strange that she had sat on this for 15 or 20 years.
Bravo to her, though, for bringing that up and broaching it with you.
I don't know. I got so caught up in the story. And probably her hair was green and not pink, just like it was turkey and not brisket. The tenet of the story. The story is true, but did I elaborate, exaggerate? Maybe it was 12 years and not 15. I don't know.
Recently, I sent an email to a former professor of mine from undergrad. He would be 90-ish.
Oh, wow.
And I never got a reply. I don't know if he got the email, but I wanted to let him know how wonderful I thought he was as a professor. He taught developmental psychology. He was Spanish. His name was Juan Pascualion at York University. His Spanish accent was so thick that half of the class dropped out by the second class because they couldn't understand the guy. I hung in, and the more you hung in, the more classes you had, the easier it was to understand his accent.
Sure.
He was brilliant. And the level of information that he provided, and he made it accessible. He could explain the most complex of theories in a way that you could absorb it. He was fantastic. And he was a protege or had studied with one of the brightest in the field, Jean Piaget. So to learn from this guy was just such a treat. I never told him that. And here we are, I don't know, 40, 50 years later. And I'm sending him an email discussing that and expressing appreciation. I hope he received it.
I hope he did too. I'm sure there's 90-year-olds who are good with email. You might want to send like a telegraph, Morse code.
You're a prick.
All right, let's get on to counting, scorekeeping counting.
Okay, yeah.
Because it's a game. I mean, by definition, if you're scorekeeping, you're playing the game. But by playing the game, you're losing because it leads to grudges, it leads to resentment. If I have the impulse, because let's say I grew up and my parents were scorekeepers,
yes,
purely theoretical, or not. How do I not engage with the impulse, especially when I feel my partner's not picking up the slack with something?
Yeah, first of all, when I do my workshops and I say to people, you may feel a little odd expressing your issue. You don't want it to reflect poorly on you. So I tell people they can start their discussion by saying, I have a friend.
I remember on the internet, I've been sober for like 4 years now, but when I was a kid, I liked drugs. Okay, Gary, and I'd go on internet forums, read about their effects, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
And people would always say, swim does this, and it SWIM, someone who isn't me. It's like swim bought 10 pounds of acid.
I'm learning so much from you. I never heard of that acronym either, and I love it.
That was an internet like psychonaut drug lingo from the 90s because they were scared like the FBI or the CSIS or whatever it was, or the Royal Canadian Mount, the RCMP. Yeah, so swim. It'd be like, swim is a scorekeeper, and it can lead to resentment. Someone who isn't.
So if you're doing the scorekeeping, or let's say you grew up with that in your family, first of all, that which you grow up with, many people don't recognize in themselves because it's their normal. You know, this is food, but my shit doesn't smell. My wife walks into the bathroom after me. Trust me, it smells. But, we get used to ourselves and our own stuff that it's not offensive. So if you are a scorekeeper or your parents were, you first have to realize it before you can even change it. That's number one. Number two is, as you're about to engage in scorekeeping behavior, you have to catch yourself. The technical term for that is being mindful. And so that means you have to be self-reflective on an ongoing basis. To be self-reflective on an ongoing basis takes practice. And a good place to start is by learning meditation. Because in meditation, you learn how to catch your emotional state and your thinking state, and with the capacity to then reflect on it, relax yourself, and carry on. So, if you're in this relationship where you did this and I did that, you now know that it's referred to as scorekeeping. You can think back to your upbringing and what you saw in your own parents, and you may reflect and say, son of a gun, I am carrying on the tradition. And then you can reflect, how did it work for my parents? Did I feel comfortable when they were doing that? How's that working for me? And then you can look at changing it from there.
So maybe you have a problem, figure out a way to be mindful of your own behavior to kind of catch it before it starts. Is there a way other than meditation? I mean, it's a bit new agey, Gary.
I've been meditating since I was 21 or 22.
Well, I ask as a leading question because for me, talk therapy, it helps me be mindful of these behaviors and develop a catch or develop a...
So there you go. Another thing that I suggest to people is, the technical word is to have a cognitive cue. Cognitive cue is a fancy-dancy term for reminder. So, you know what? My dad was a workaholic, and you got to know I can be a workaholic. So I had a reminder. The word relax, carved in wood, sat on my computer monitor for years. And I, in a sense, imbued that reminder with the sentiment that said, Gary, turn off your computer, go see your wife and son, spend some time with them, don't be a workaholic. And because I saw that reminder, I was more apt to do that. Without the reminder, it would slip my mind. I carry on in front of my computer. So our listeners, you, me, we can use cognitive cues, these reminders for anything. So put down on a piece of paper, no scorekeeping.
Yeah, these can be little things, I guess.
That's right. Put it in your pocket, pin it onto, or tape it onto the refrigerator, or magnetic onto the refrigerator. So you have a continuous reminder, and that helps keep it top of mind for you if you're not going to meditate and do any of these other new age stuff.
I don't meditate, but I've recently come to see that one of my behaviors is very meditation-like, which is when I can't sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I now sleep with my phone out of the bedroom because it's such a distraction. But if I find myself in bed with my mind wandering, just focus on my breathing. And that always helps me sleep, which I guess is meditation in a way.
It is. It is. Now, here's the thing. If you're going to practice meditation, I want people to know that it is a learned skill that takes practice. I have people who sit in front of me, I tried it once and my mind wandered and the time was up. Well, it's like, I'm not going to play concertos the first time I sit down to the piano. I'm not going to score goals the first time I have a hockey stick in my hand, etc. It literally is a learned skill that takes practice. Use one of the better known websites, Calm, CALM.com or Headspace.com.
This episode brought to you by Calm. Gary's trying to get a Calm sponsorship.
I wish I got money for these endorsements, but I don't. And you can learn, look, you can go to YouTube for free and say, learn how to meditate. There will be instructional videos. So wherever you want to go, and follow that process and practice it if you want.
Okay. Will do. It's nice to see you. I mean,
I've missed you. I was just going to say, I've missed you.
Have you, though?
It's been a while since we were on together.
Yeah, maybe 6, 7, 8 weeks. It's been a minute.
Yeah.
You look good. I like the haircut. You look sharp. Cut myself on you. You're so sharp.
Did you swallow a book of
Dad jokes?
dad sayings recently?
Maybe. For my girlfriend's birthday, I was in charge of getting the cake. It was a joint birthday between my girlfriend and one of her friends. This weekend we had a party. I got a chocolate cake, and I had the cake say, and I'm going to start dictating to you what the cake says now. Please write "Happy Birthday, Miranda and friend" with cats on it. So I wanted the cake to intentionally be the instructions I gave them. So I had to explain to them, like, don't try to do it right, do it wrong. If you do it right and write "Happy Birthday" and draw cats, you'll have done it wrong. It took like 15 minutes to explain it to them. I was so proud of my shitty dad joke. I reveal the cake. There's 20 people in my apartment. Nobody laughs. Everyone's like, huh. Except for one guy, and he's like the one guy who annoys me the most, who's a friend of my girlfriend's friend. Like, I can't stand this guy. And the guy that I can't stand is the only one who gets a kick out of my cake. And it was almost worse than it's like the one person you don't want to laugh, the one person whose tastes you don't want to play to. He was the one who got my joke. And I was like, I guess this is a level of, maybe the reason I don't like this guy is because he's a reflection of me, well, I know that's true. The things we don't like in others is often, not always, but often a reflection of things we don't like in ourselves.
I'm glad you go to my Facebook page now.
Why?
Well, sometimes you're looking for content for us to use, so it's good for that.
Oh, you're accusing me of showing up to these interviews blind, unprepared? Fucking asshole.
Well, you used to go to my
blog.
I put little up there compared to my Facebook page.
That's when I actually was quote unquote lazy because I was working so hard. My producer would go to your blog.
Okay.
And then like copy all the shit from your blog with notes on it, and that's all I would have. Now that I do this show, and it's more relaxed and less work, I got time myself to fucking research an interview for 10 minutes.
I'm grateful and humble that you follow my Facebook page.
Stop it.
That's true.
It's full of shit. He wants something. I don't know. He thinks I know people at Com. He wants a sponsorship. I don't know anyone at Com, Gary. I can't get you a sponsorship here. How have you been?
Really good. My wife, on the other hand, man, she's had cold after since November. Mm-hmm. It's only been in the last week, 10 days, that she hasn't had a cold. So, and apparently she's not unique this season, that everyone who gets sick, it just seems to linger and last and linger and last.
Well, we stayed indoors for what, 2.5 years? Our immune systems got soft. We weren't getting exposed. You hop on the subway and you don't have immunity to the common cold.
That's it.
I sound like a conspiracy theorist. I was pro-lockdown at the time. I'm just saying there were consequences.
But it's true. There are consequences. After you and I finish our conversation, I'm going to get the injection, the vaccine for the RSV virus or whatever it is. RSV? Yeah, RSV. Respiratory.
For herpes, yeah,
No, not for herpes, for
very active sex life, the swingers parties. Yeah, no, I get it. Oh, that's HSU. I think they got it.
Yeah. So when you and I are finished, I'm going to get that respiratory jab and hopefully have another level of protection. I am a big believer in getting all the jabs we can. Earlier this week, I got a jab to test me for tuberculosis because I'm going to become a volunteer at a local hospital in a month or so. So I'm doing all these medical things now to be healthy and prepare for this stuff.
Good. I couldn't be bothered getting the most recent shot. It was my first time skipping it because I thought,
yeah,
I get a fever the night I get it. I get chills. I don't want to be bothered. I don't want to give up a day. I hate the side effects. I'm thinking like, oh, screw it. I got all the other ones. Of course I get COVID. And it was it was worse than the shot would have been. And it wasn't, I didn't get to choose when I got it. With the shot, I could have chosen like a Friday or Saturday. Just recover for the weekend. And my girlfriend, who stays in the bed next to me, I don't really take that much precaution because she's like, I'm going to get it anyway. She got the shot. She doesn't get COVID, despite sharing a space with me while I'm recovering. And I'm not wearing a mask all the time. It just goes to show it's anecdotal. It's not a triple blind research study, but apparently the most recent shot works anecdotally.
Yeah, I didn't know my wife for a month because we distanced ourselves even though it was a cold, and she slept in another bed, and because we still practice safe practices for being healthy.
Huh?
So last year for business, I saw a lot of people. It was actually a very good year. I worked about 40 weeks of the year. I'm, going to be 68 in a couple of weeks' time.
God.
So am I slowing down? Yeah. I'm not retiring, but I'm laying back a bit.
You're mentally very spry for 68. You come off as like in your 40s to me.
Yeah.
Just all the white hair, maybe, makes you up a bit.
If I throw some shoe polish on it, then I'll, more match my.
What are you, Justin Trudeau, painting your face with shoe polish? Don't do it, Gary. It's a mistake. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, no. God forbid. Don't even go there. Yeah. But I am, slowly easing back the practice, but I imagine I still got a couple of years ahead of me. I love meeting with you. I love meeting with people. I love the work that I do. It's not always, sometimes it's quite difficult. You have a difficult person in front of you where their personality makes helping them a challenge. So that happens from time to time, but more often than not, the people I meet with, they're so, and they're dealing with circumstances that no one ever asked for.
Yeah. Must be nice helping people.
It is. People have said to me, how can you stand your work? You're meeting with people in distress all the time. I said, that's only how they start. That's not how they end.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, it's nice. Do you ever get nice notes from people that after you've helped them?
I do. And, last night, from a meeting earlier in the week, even. Gary, I so appreciated meeting with you. I got so much out of our. And you have to know, David, I think you do know, when I meet with people, I set aside 3 hours. I'm not this 15-minute therapist.
I know, you're psychotic. Sorry, you're a therapist.
Yeah. So we really have an opportunity the first time we meet to dig in and get something out of it and for me to offer feedback. So yeah, I got, one of those emails just last night from someone seen earlier in the week, and it's a pleasure to know that you can have a positive impact in the life of another, and especially when you don't just impact that person, but it winds up rippling out to their family and to their children.
I got a nice note from the listener. It was a leading question, but I couldn't figure out a way to work it in the conversation, so I just.
So what was that though?
Oh no, I get them every now and again. They're all so nice. And I remember when I first started doing this, and I get like one a year, and how much that would mean to me. And then I got the job with Bell, and then I started getting 3, 4, 5 times a week. People would reach out, just little notes. Yeah, it always means a lot to me. It's so lovely. Yeah,
it is lovely. I'm born human, and there isn't anyone who doesn't benefit from gratitude and appreciation.
These are like, a thing you said on the radio I really connected with. You, it's like you saved my fucking life.
You know what? Don't discount what a single message from a talk show host can provide.
Yeah. Well, I know, because there's things I've heard.
Yeah.
In my life when I was going through a shitty time and I listened to something and I was connected with it, and for sure. Yeah, so I get it. But I don't think, the pessimist, the Jew in me is like, I'm not capable of creating that level of connection with an audience. I'm full of shit.
Oh, don't be so Jewy. Didn't we start there?
I know, we did. Should we end there? Probably.
And to our beautiful listener.
Singular intended.
Yeah. If you're Jewish, yeah, go ahead. If you're not, don't do it.
Yeah. I mean, I work with this guy who co-hosts a lot of stuff, and Tony, and he's black, and I'm like, sometimes he's saying things, and I have to stop myself, like, it's okay, he's the one saying it.
Yeah, but you make listeners that he's black.
Yeah.
I do want our listener to know that over the course of my life, I've absolutely got it wrong. I've changed course and corrected and learned. And David, honest to God, I'm still learning. Honest to God, I still may use an idiom without recognizing that it may be offensive, right? And upon feedback, and please give somebody feedback. Do it informationally, not accusatorily or anything. Just let them know. Most people are reasonable and don't want to come across as rude or disrespectful.
That's why I like the win formula. When you, I feel, next time, it's not accusatory. It's like, when you do this, it's just descriptive. I feel this is the impact it has on me. Next time, do this. It's not you intended. There's no room for accusatory behavior in the win formula, which I like.
And with that, David Cooper has snatched the pebble from my hand.
That's offensive. My grandma throws a pebble. Gary, thank you for your time.
All the best.
It's Fuffa Friday on This Is Going Well, I think, with David Cooper, and I am David Cooper. This is the only show where no one's listening. No one cares. The show where every episode's the last episode. Today, our foreign correspondent of a foreign nature from the foreign country of London, England, it's Tony Five, to do, well, whatever the hell he does on this show. So I hope you pack your scuba gear, because we're diving in.
Are we recording? Yeah. Fucking amazing. Let's make this a great show, David. Good show, David. David, good show. Let's put hands in, hands in, hands in, and go. That's right. Say more than 2 listeners, David.
More than 2 listeners, David.
Play the fucking theme song. You haven't done it for.
And now, live from London, England, it's foreign correspondent Tony Five. There's music.
Thank you, baby. So, how are we, my friend?
Good. I got a bit of a bone to pick with you. I'm waiting to interview you today, and you just send me a screenshot of yourself FaceTiming with my older brother, John.
He's gay.
Yes, he is gay. And is that an important part of the FaceTime?
Yeah, it's called Gay Brother John. I've got it in my phone. It's Gay Brother John. BBJ.
I have to have you as Tony, last name from England, but I've updated it with your last name.
Okay. Yeah, we are. He is coming to the UK with his partner, I think, Thursday. I've taken the afternoon off, so I'm going to meet him, and we've been umming and ahhing about this. You move in a different circle to me, David. I am Tim Hortons, and he is more, I don't know, Tim at the fucking Royal Palace.
He is a successful small business owner. He wants to go out for a nice dinner, and I think he wants to treat you.
No, he does.
Okay.
No, he said he wants to treat me, which is fine, and it wasn't the money, but I wanted to do what I did with you and Miranda, which was like take you to my mum's, make you feel really embarrassed with all the black people where I live, essentially the ghetto, take you to a Turkish meal, and let you go on your merry way. But he was like, oh, I don't think John will like that. And I was like, okay, please come to class. Cocktails at 6 and something French at 7:30 that I can't pronounce, and dysentery at 9. I don't know what these people do.
Diphtheria at 11. I got it.
Yes. My long-term memory of your brother is how cocky he was everywhere. Once you put him on the subway, the guy changed. Really, not David. I've never seen that metamorphosis. Like the fact that he couldn't touch anything. He was looking. His eyes were twitching. He didn't want to move. It was hilarious.
The funniest part about that was, well, yes, he went ghost white because he was terrified of the subway in New York, but he kept on when he didn't need to hold the pole. He's like, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I was like, no, you won't. And I was like, look at all these New Yorkers. Some of them with peg legs, some of them without peg legs. None of them are free trained because none of them want to fall flat. Within 30 seconds of the train taking off, he finally grabbed the bar, which I was glad.
Yeah, which I was, but he didn't win because it was obviously all the jerk. And I found out that because he was so cocky in your apartment, he was loud and brash and everything. And as soon as he was on the subway, he was so meek and much. Why did you tap the thing? What did I say wrong?
Nothing. I had the channel open where I played your theme music, and so I just closed it because I heard the white noise in my ear, and I thought, why is there white noise coming through on my audio equipment? And then I closed the channel.
I'm very aware. For David's got an anal finger that he taps. Every time I clash with him or say something, so he can go back later and cut me out. And like, hey, you can do that.
No, it's not a bad thing. It's just a reminder to myself it needs cleaning up. Sometimes it's good that you interrupt me, but I just clean it up a little in post.
Sometimes it looks like you're doing Morse code.
Every time I look at my mixer, you freak out like you've done something wrong. You haven't.
So we had a nice chat with Paul. I went to see yesterday. You've probably heard of it or probably seen it, the Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
My God, I've never laughed so much. I don't know how. All I could think of is if it was about Islam, that would be the end of the world.
And apparently the Mormons are good sports about it. Not anymore, but when the play first started running during the beginning run of the musical, the Mormon church for 1 second tried to stop it, and then they realized they couldn't. So what they did was they took out ads, full-page ads in the playbill, which is the little thing in New York that you get when you're sitting down that says who's in the show and whatnot. And they said, this is all very fine and well and funny, but if you're interested in about Mormonism, visit this website. Like, Mormons like to laugh too. Like, none of this is true, but if you want the facts, like, we would be more than happy to provide them. Enjoy the show. Like, they were good sports about it, and yet they had to get the last word by having advertisements for, like, websites and stuff.
Can't beat them, join them. It's good for them. Yeah. It was hilarious. It was absolutely hilarious. I've never thought I would be in a show where they were talking about AIDS and raping babies and cutting off clitorises. That would be funny, but it was hilarious. It was absolutely brilliant. Really well written. The choreography is fantastic. So yeah, I enjoyed that. That was last night. That was good fun.
I think it was the first show Miranda ever saw on Broadway back in like 2015 or 2016. Yeah, we went to New York and she hadn't seen a Broadway show, and so we went to Book of Mormon. It was very funny. I remember just thinking it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's good. So what is happening in your David Cooper's life then? Because last week I was in Spain. I don't know whether I told you. I went to Spain on Wednesday, which was my birthday. Last week, which you'd forgotten, by the way.
I know. Happy belated. I'm a bad friend.
Yeah, terrible. Fucking hell.
Next year I'm going to remember twice.
Yes, fine. It's no problem. And then I came back, which was good. And then we spoke. So what's your plan of action this week then? How are we gonna take over the world, eh? Come on.
Well, I can't really talk about it on the show, but the short of it is I've got 2 things I'm working on. I don't know if either will pan out. Probably they won't. They're just in their infancy. But I've got.
Is it 2 words? Trader Joe's?
It's not me working at Trader Joe's.
Okay, carry on. Did they refuse you?
It's a plan to get us back on the air, and I'm excited and I'm hopeful, and I don't want to get my expectations up too much, because I don't want to have a big crash if it doesn't work out.
I am swinging. If you imagine, like when they do the swing states in America, they're voting.
I thought they're just states with a lot of swingers in.
Oh, okay, so I'm swinging towards Burning Man, David. I don't know why. Somehow you're subliminally affecting me, and I'm in my mind now. I'm thinking I could do this. I've started to shit on the floor in my house, which has prepared me immensely. I've not washed for 3 days, which I combined it with a major depressive episode. So I don't know whether I was doing it on purpose, but I didn't shower and eat for 3 days, so I survived that. And yeah, I shit on the floor, and I'm gonna spend some time with people with bad breath tomorrow. So I think I could be a Burning Man at some, or burning thing. I identify as a Burning Man, but whatever.
Well, here's the thing. I think you should watch videos on the. Do you ever go on YouTube? I can't stand YouTube, but you go on there.
YouPorn, yeah.
Not YouPorn, YouTube.
I mean, the same difference. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, it's just find videos of people talking about like dainty people, the kinds of people you wouldn't expect to go who are, vlogging out there. Because there's got to be a video of someone who's like, you know what, dirt and dust, shitting in a porta potty and showering with one of those camp shower bags. There's just a bag of water with a little nozzle and tube attached to it.
The one thing is, you are the most clean freak person I know. How do you deal with it? That's what keeps swinging me. The fact that you deal with it. And the other day you said to me, "Oh, it's shit. You should come. It's fucking awful. You should come."
My friend who's having a kid right now, who's been to Burning Man, likened the process of going to Burning Man to the same as having children. It's not good. It's not bad. It's wonderful and terrible at the same time, and it's the experience of that holistically what is why you do it.
And that's what's swinging me to it. And it's what, a week max, isn't it, for me? 7 days?
You can go for a week.
7 days is not going to kill me. I can deal with it, and I can fight. And I can shit in a bucket. So I'm prepared. I think it would be fun. And it's Reno, Nevada around Labor Day. So I've started to look, and I'm going to put it in my diary. And I don't need to take the time off work until nearer time. But did you say Labor Day was the last day?
Yeah, it always ends on that Monday. So everyone's driving out on it.
On that Labor Day. And how you're there for 2 weeks though, correct?
Yeah, I'm there for more usually, 16, 17, maybe 18 days.
Okay, so I'm just going to work backwards from that using the calculus and abacus and Excel.
Yeah, good thing you went to uni for that one.
Yeah, because I can't really work that out.
How do I deal with the dust, the heat, the sanitation, the shitting in a porta potty?
Correct.
The key is not to care.
Yeah, and do you know what? Maybe that's healthy for me. Maybe I need to let go and not care about diphtheria and AIDS.
Yeah, I mean, the second I get back to the real world, I'm back to being a lot of the sanitation standards of the people who go. That's their sanitation standard year round.
Yeah, that's their normal.
And I'm friends with these people, but I am not like these people. Like, I will not go to their house for a home cooked meal knowing they will not wash their hands. But when I'm there, I just let go, and it's good. I mean, it's like, how do you deal with criticism? The key is let it just brush off your shoulder.
Yeah, and I am up for the challenge now. I didn't think I would be before, but the more I think about it, I mean, I've got 6 months to prepare. I liken it to training for a marathon.
Yeah. So you're coming to Burning Man, great, fantastic.
No, I'm swinging that way, and I'm gonna look and keep an eye on it. The big plan is maybe to go to Toronto, Mississauga, which sounds amazing. Probably in May.
What are you gonna do in Canada? Just relax?
Just have a breakaway. Yeah, go. I'd like to visit my people then.
When was the last time you were in Canada?
20-something years ago.
Oh, so it's been at least 15, 20 minutes.
Correct. Yeah.
Are you going to see all the various listeners and fans of this show?
Absolutely. I would like to do a tour of my people as well.
So you're going to visit my mother's house and that's it?
Correct.
When you go, I'll go. I'll meet you up there.
I know. Yeah, you said that'd be nice. So I'd like to do that. That might be fun. And that's kind of it, really. That's kind of my just keeping my head down and cracking on. It's really bad weather here in the UK. There's a couple of really bad storms going on. A fence fell on my neighbour's car, which was quite funny the other day.
That's hilarious. Are you doing okay? You seem, I don't know, disconnected a bit.
Do you think?
I mean, just be in that kind of like withdrawn mood. It's fine. I get in that mood too. It doesn't mean I'm not doing it.
I guess I'm just sort of very comfortable and chilled out. I had a bit of a rough couple of weeks. I think I spoke to you about that.
Yeah.
I had a very rough few weeks. I was very down. I did feel overwhelmed with a lot of things that were going on at the beginning of the year. And I just picked myself up to go away to Spain. And I think I'm still catching the back end of that, the remnants of that, where I start to feel kind of, I don't know, just not 100%, but definitely nowhere near where I was. Obviously, I have heard we've been speaking about the possibility of doing bigger and better things, so that gives me kind of an element of hope. I just feel like I need a change in my life, to be honest with you, and I think this is kind of fun. And even if no one ever listens, it's still kind of fun. But if we get on a platform where people can listen, I still think we should use it as some sort of propaganda where people can't listen, like North Korea, where they've got no real choice but to listen to us. There must be, or like Alaskans, You know, where they're forced to listen and like Mormons, you know, like what they did in Uganda where they had to do it. I'd like to do that.
Now, what about making a deal with prison corporations and forcing them to play it on the PA to the prisoners because they won't have a choice?
Correct. And that could be some sort of deal with their sentence. So serial killer, rapist, child abuser, 2 hours of us per day maybe takes a little bit off their sentence. What do you think?
Yeah, and depending on the crime would be the amount of hours they have to listen to us.
They do the crime, they listen to us a little bit of a time.
That's as the old saying goes, yeah.
I need to work on that poem, but I think that would be, the Penitential Podcast with David Cooper.
Penitential. The Potential Penitential Palatial Podcast.
Have they got prison FM?
I mean,
because if they haven't, David, this is should we be talking about this on air? Could this be something that we break into? Let's pick another place that's got like loads of prison inmates and pitch ourselves to them.
Should we get on a plane and pitch to Kim Jong-un?
Do you know what? Stranger things have happened, right?
Then us being on, I mean, Dennis Rodman could be our spokesperson.
How did he get involved? Nobody knows. We could just write to Kim Jong and kind of just say, look, we're two up-and-coming people, and we'd like to broadcast. I'd happily do the propaganda.
So I know that Kim Jong-un loved Dennis Rodman because he loves the NBA.
Correct.
But it is a good question. How did they first make contact? Like, it's not so easy for Kim Jong-un to just get a note to famous Americans and be like, I love you. Did he send over some spies to Dennis Rodman's house, like North Korean sleeper agents, to be like, this is a top secret mission. We have to tell you that our leader loves you. Like, how did that work?
Yeah, and then Dennis Rodman sent back like a snapback baseball cap and, NBA jersey. And then they sort of but apparently he did go to school in Europe. He went to private school in Europe, Kim Jong-un. Switzerland, and nobody knew him. He didn't walk around with dictator on his t-shirt, which would have been hilarious in all fairness. And he probably saw some Western things. But you're right, I've never worked out. How on earth did they meet? Maybe Tinder.
Maybe Tinder.
So he went there, but again, stranger things have happened. So maybe I might write to, number one, North Korea, Korea Street, Korea.
Care of North Korea.
Care of North Korea, and just seeing whether it responds. But like you said, strange things. We wouldn't do an on-location broadcast. I think I limit myself to, Burning Man is one thing. Broadcasting North Korea. Hey, North Korea, good morning. No.
Good morning, North Korea.
Correct. I don't think we'd ever do that.
It's David and Tony 5 coming at ya.
Can you imagine? Yeah, exactly.
How was your breakfast this morning? Didn't have your government shit. Find out after the break whether he's gonna kill you.
Exactly. Have you got the Monday to 5 haircuts that the government are allowing you to have today? Try the 5th one.
Why does he get to have the fucking fade haircut and everyone else has to have like a 1960s working class haircut? He's the only one who gets a cool haircut. It's bullshit.
No, it's bullshit. And he does stuff. He tells people that, he's like really, he's won the Olympics. He reckons that he tells people that North Korea won the Olympics God knows how many times.
Every shot of golf he makes is all in one, except,
He's like blessed by God. You know what? If you were going to be a dictator, he really is the king of the dictators, isn't he? He's doing it.
He's even like, it's thought crime, right? If you even think that you don't like them, that's a problem.
Correct. You can't make it. If you're on the public subway or whatever and you make a comment, somebody will stop you in and they'll come around your house and kill you. And what they do is they do generational punishment. So you get punished, but your children, your unborn children, and their children. That's medieval.
That's a war crime. What is that?
It's generational punishment. I thought it was where they do the unborns and stuff like that. So basically, if your grandfather did something like you're born into prison and servitude.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Definitely not a human right.
No, I like it. I was thinking it was around in English, but especially if someone who gets something worthless. We've gone from Burning Man to Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, and we'll have our producer Danny pitch it to the North Koreans this week. We'll send it.
Maybe we could do that.
To Pyongyang.
Pyongyang, yeah.
Yeah, she's, I guess the closest airport to her is Toronto. I think there's a direct flight from Toronto to Pyongyang.
Good morning, Pyongyang. They must have a radio station there. Maybe, is there a way, genuinely, we could just do a Zoom call to Pyongyang?
I mean, maybe.
Are they allowed Zoom? Do they have internet there?
I think they have monitored internet, yeah.
Okay, so why don't we get Daddy, right? This is what fuck her, right? Because she does fuck all. She can contact North Korea and get us to speak to a North Korean radio station.
New York to Pyongyang, it only costs $1,000.
Right, so that's what she's going to do. That's her job for doing fuck all in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, it just put in Seoul.
No, David.
No, I know, but I put in Pyongyang in Google Flights and it just changed it to Seoul. Well, I think because there's like a trade embargo, they can't sell a ticket. Like you can't do business from the U.S. to North Korea.
David, you've just mentioned the fact that they've punished people in generations. You're wondering Canada flight to Pyongyang. Yeah.
I was like, how can all these airlines fly there? There's like an Air Canada, a Korean Air, China Airlines. I'm like, wow.
It's cold. Really? Hmm. Cool. Hmm.
There are two major supply chain events happening right now, which you might not even be aware of, cause a huge amount of inflation. Let's get into that and why we can see a massive amount of inflation on the back of this. So let's get into it and start off with the Panama Canal. A lot of people don't know about this one. So the drop in the Panama Canal traffic due to severe drought could cost up to $700 million. Get into it. A severe drought that began last year forced the authorities to slash ship crossings by 36% in the Panama Canal, one of the world's most important trade routes. The new cuts announced Wednesday by authorities in Panama with greater economic blow than previously expected. Panama Canal Administrator Ricardo Vasquez now estimates that dipping water levels could cost them between $500 million and $700 million in 2024 compared to the.
It's terrorists that did that. And it also has to do with the trucker convoy, because the problem the government had wasn't with the protests; it was with them blocking the Chicago border. Because Chicago is where the GM factory is. It's where they get all the pieces for the Audi. Trudeau did a deal with Germany to get German cars for super cheap, but the manufacturer was in Chicago, and that's why they were clogging up the Chicago border, not actually fucking because they were protesting. And watch, they're gonna try to use the canal here, the native canal, but the seaway. They have control of the seaway, and their boats that pass through that dump sewage and waste and shit into their water.
Of 200 million. It's one of the most severe droughts to ever hit the Central American nation and has stirred chaos in the 50-mile, 80-kilometer maritime route, causing a traffic jam of vessels, casting doubts on the canal's reliability for international shipping and raising concerns about its effects on global trade. And one thing we've got to realize right now is in both the United States and in both Canada, both manufacturing PMIs are tanking. Consumers are really strapped for cash right now because of interest rates being high. So essentially, the economy of the country, the United States is a major player here. Canada doesn't really affect global trade much, but the fact the United States has high interest rates right now is restraint on new consumer spending, which is meaning that there's just not goods out there, and you're seeing that with logistics companies that are going bust, and shipping companies that are going bust, and shipping companies like even Maersk that have seen their revenues drop. But it's not just the Panama Canal. It's not just an isolated case of what's going on in the Panama Canal. Red Sea attacks already bigger issue for advisory warns. So this is going on in the Red Sea at the same time. A leading ocean supply chain advisory firm is warning that the disruptions to shipping from the Houthi rebel attacks in the Red Sea are already more damaging to the supply chain impact than the pandemic. Think about that for a second. And you know what? Like, you have to ask, with at least the Houthi rebel attacks, you have to say that is somewhat self-inflicted by the West that has happened. So you do have to ask that question of, was this orchestrated? But anyway, that aside, taking my tinfoil hat off, if you look at that again is snarling up global trade traffic. A lot of ships are being diverted. Exactly what's happening in the Panama Canal. And not only that, there's a big wave going on, as we can see here, which is happening in the Panama Canal as well. You've got tons and tons of ships that are waiting to go through the canal here to get to the United States, ones that are waiting to come back. And this is only getting worse. And the problem is as well, the cost is going up for these ships as well. So to get their goods through that canal is costing them more and more money. And the economic blow that is dealing to Panama will be severe as well, because they're a dollarized economy, so they can't print money, and the government relies heavily on the canal revenue to fund different things like the Social Security program in Panama. So there could be major impacts on the economy in Panama, which is already struggling after they just closed down one of the biggest mines in Central America after nationwide protests. So what's going on in Panama is getting increasingly volatile. And actually, by the time you see this video, I'll actually be boots on the ground here in Panama, and I'll be able to tell you what I can see what's going on and show you the fact that this is happening in the Red Sea. Not good at all. So sea intelligence analyzed current vessel delays with heavy delays over the last 7 years for compliance. The data showed that the longer transit around the Cape of Good Hope as ships divert from the Red Sea is already having a more significant impact on vessels able to pick up containers at ports during the pandemic. This supply chain measure is known in the industry as vessel capacity. Vessel capacity is the second largest in recent years, according to Alan and the CEOC intelligence. Those similar events, the bigger impact of the Red Sea crisis was the evidence of giant cargo ships got stuck in the Suez Canal for 6 days during March 2020. Billions in trade were exchanged during that event. With that exception, this, the Red Sea crisis, is the largest single event, even larger than the early pandemic impact. And you can see on this chart, it shows like what happened during the early pandemic, the block of the Suez Canal, and now what's happening in the Red Sea. And you know, this coupled with what's happening in the Panama Canal could just lead to a total disaster. And I seriously mean that as well, because if the US government, if the Canadian government, if the Western governments all come out again with massive stimulus programs in 2024 and interest rate cuts because of some kind of economic crisis, then what's going to happen to inflation when everybody heads onto Amazon to start buying stuff again? Because that would be incredibly likely. And when that demand goes up again, like in 2021 and 2022, when there was massive blockages at the Port of LA and the Port of Vancouver, you basically had massive amounts of inflation that happened on the back of that, because they just couldn't get the goods. Less goods coming onto the shelves and more demand means that, guess what? Higher prices. So, you know, I don't think that this is going to have a massively inflationary impact right now, but I think the potential is there for it to have a massive inflation. PMIs in Canada and the United States are going down, the economies are slowing down. When you look at what's happening, okay, there is a massive potential for inflation if we have a repeat with the government, this response that we saw in 2020, 2021, 2022. If we see that repeat, then yeah, we're going to see inflation go up at a breakneck speed, in my opinion. And Maersk has already announced that they're going to use rail for some of their vessels to bypass Panama Canal route. But right now, there's a $270 million traffic jam in Panama over what's happening with the canal. So the Panama Canal moves roughly $270 billion worth of cargo annually. It's the trade route taken by 40% of all US container traffic alone. So think about that, guys. The impacts on the economy are absolutely massive, and I haven't heard anybody really saying anything about whether the Panama Canal is going to dry up in the coming months, whether we could actually see ships get stuck in the Panama Canal if levels get so low. Nobody's really saying anything like that, so who knows? The level's going to get low, a ship's going to get stuck in there, is it going to get blocked up within the next couple of months? We really don't know. We just know that it's continually getting worse and worse as they cut back more and more on the ships that can go through there. So it's kind of insane. So Peter Millard traveled to Panama to understand how the drought is snarling local shipping and impacting locals. Millard joined the Big Take podcast to share what could solve the canal's water level issues, from the experimental ideas to the politically fraught choice to build a new reservoir and flood neighboring lands. There are no easy fixes, but with a traffic jam this big, getting the canal flowing again is becoming more urgent. Yeah, I totally agree. You know, what is happening with the Panama Canal could be a total disaster, and it will be a total disaster. Especially, you've just got to put it in the context and think right now, our economies are slowing down. Demand for goods is going down right now. People spent a lot during the pandemic on goods especially, so what people are spending right now, they're spending more on services and experiences right now. So we can easily see that tilt back into goods if there's a massive stimulus response or fiscal response again, and then again we would just see inflation 2.0. And as you guys know, I've been saying that inflation 2.0 looks likely anyway, and I think we will see that if the government has a massive fiscal response, and that's without the Red Sea crisis, without the Panama Canal crisis. But this just means that we can surpass, even double the levels of inflation that we just saw. Just think of the ramifications for consumers, because people can't afford their life right now, and inflation impacts everybody in the economy, mainly the poor and the middle class the most, and those people are the ones that are struggling the most and are seeing their standard of living collapse. I'll be in Panama whilst you're watching this video, and you'll see videos coming from me in the future about it. If you're looking for a VPN to get around Trudeau's censorship laws, go to expressvpn.com/marketmania. If you're looking for a video that was like this video, check out this video here. If you're looking for a playlist where you can breeze through some videos, check out this playlist here. I want to thank you for watching, and see you in the next one.
Doing my books, it's a bit like a time sponge. It's really time consuming. Anything that can help me and make my life easier, give me 5 more minutes to spend with my daughter, or see my friends earlier on Friday night. I will honestly kick it on.
Sage's tools help small business.
Hey everyone, it's Dr. Romney. Welcome back to this YouTube channel. Narcissism how do we figure out our whole needs first? Because it can really be an important thing to know about ourselves. Because oftentimes the very kind of lofty thoughts, sadly, their key often fits perfectly. It's very easy when you're talking about relationships to get caught up in the idea of red flags and the charm offensive and all of the stuff that kind of so irresistible in the beginning, or the signs that we should have been clever enough to see. I have talked to enough survivors to know that there really aren't only red flags that make sense until we look backwards. And think about when you have watched, for example, a mystery movie or a TV show or a film that had little signs, like little hidden Easter eggs that you have to watch again to get them. But that means that you can get them probably the first time, and unlike, you could go back and watch a movie and watch really it's also easy to forget that even more than the good morning, my princess kinds of texts, and I thought about you all night BS texts you get, or that I feel like we're soulmates, or the perfect picture, or this is what I hope that we like narcissistic people are really good at they're like CIA operatives, figuring us out, asking the right questions, getting to the core of our vulnerabilities, figuring out what the shape of our pocket is. And instead of us feeling like someone's being a detective or running a con, we think that this person is absolutely violating the love bombing of the movement that we consider that insecure. The first person who really ever wanted to get to know us. And if that comes on the field of childhood and familial relationships, where you also never felt seen or heard once upon a time, it's a lot more productive than candlelight dinner or a good morning text. Because the best way to avoid narcissistic people in adulthood is obviously not to get into one of these relationships in the first place. And that's not easy to do, right? I mean, there's some things we can do with this, like we can get knowledgeable about narcissism, we can recognize that it's real, we can build up our discernment muscle, give ourselves permission to be discerning, figure out what people need, and all of that is a key piece of individuation. And part of all of that are those hard needs that we have always had, right? If you have narcissism, it's not unusual to have the deepest need to be very seen, heard, regarded, valued, respected, even held, acknowledged when you walk into a room. It can seem like if that happened, you would feel whole again. Now, if that had happened when it should have, it wouldn't be so powerful. But in the absence of that, it fosters a sort of yearning in us, right? Those unmet needs that sort of lock, as it was, little lock-shaped holes in us, key-shaped holes in us, may be a need for trust and safety, and things like money, the sense that we would be sort of physically protected and kept safe, confidence, ambition in another person. All those things may be stand-ins for that. When a person is standing in front of us, we make certain assumptions or interpretations about them. We may see the person who's talking a big game or is deeply confident. We may see them as having it together and that they know what they want and that can be experienced as safety. These superficial, shiny, narcissistic characteristics and tactics can be interpreted and experienced as us having someone sort of filling a hole, like I said, filling in that block in us that we want filled. We all have those parts of ourselves. Think of it as a craving for a food. The argument is that sometimes we crave foods that might contain a nutrient that we need, unless you're craving spicy Cheetos or Oreos and you're on your own, because that's not about nutrients, and I definitely feel you on those cravings. But when that charm and charisma, confidence, swagger, curiosity, that it feels like exactly that they're exactly what we wanted, and that the universe has sent them to be our person.
At Audible, you'll always find just the right thing. That's because Audible is for everyone. For story people, comedy people, curious people, people wanting to explore the topics they love in a new way, and people who want something new right now. It's the best place to listen because it's got the best of what you love. Fresh content featuring celebrated writers, comic superstars, and iconic celebrity voices. Download now.
When that feeling comes up, stop, look inward, and ask yourself, what deeper need is being addressed here? Because knowing that is crucial. Just for us to know we have a role to meet anyone before we descend into the possibility of a manipulative phase with somebody. When trauma bonding kicks in and we start making excuses, it gets tricky. Love bombing works because the interaction of whatever they are selling and whatever it is that we need. That's why the same narcissistic bag of tricks doesn't work for everyone. Someone you fall hard of a narcissist. Perhaps a friend of yours would have been turned off from the very beginning. Not because your friend is smarter than you or more discerning necessarily, but because what is being delivered by the shiny new love blogger is not what they need. Some of your friends may have fallen into narcissistically abusive relationships that you realize that you wouldn't have been vulnerable to this person. We all have different keyholes. It's called what we want. I mean, I think personally myself, I had a friend who got into deep, a really stylish narcissistic person who knew about fancy stuff and wine and stuff, and was a horrible person, monstrously manipulative. I don't like fancy stuff, and I don't like people who know about fancy stuff. So that kind of thing would not have filled that space in me. But for her, it was very good. So you see what I mean? And many others, right? We are not all equally vulnerable to the ground game of each and every narcissistic person. And understanding these nuances is important in the development of discernment. We need to know what makes us sort of sit up and listen. So what do we do? First of all, we've got to be our own sort of keyhole and soul fillers. Now, most pointedly, that would come through needing purpose, self-compassion, being self-aware, recognizing that almost all of us have something that's happened to us, and being kind to ourselves as a result. That the sort of wanting to be cared for. That's an example. When people say this person felt like we're going to take care of everything, and that wanting to be cared for, that could be an outcrop from a childhood where you might have been parentified at an early age, made to care for your parents, made to care for your siblings, never had your needs valued, you were never heard. You kind of felt that you, in order to get love, that you had to step up into the adult responsibilities before you were ready. So when someone rolls around who may be financially successful or talks about it being a stable future or may have the means to take care of you, it may fill this sort of this keyhole, this need. And the healthier play is to acknowledge that need, understand where it came from, take steps within yourself, and recognize because you know its origin story that when someone does come around with what seems like the answer that would in the key that fits that lock, that can bring us into potentially very trauma bonded waters. Another example could be someone who is interested in what we do, asks lots of questions. In those cases, we may feel really heard, and then the relationship may level up because of this. But over time, what was once their interest in you, which builds a deep core wound, need, hole, then it becomes competitive and jealous. But the satisfying saving of that initial core dynamic is what is so powerful. Knowing this about ourselves isn't just about narcissist resistance. It's about feeling more whole within ourselves, which no matter what narcissist or no narcissist, that's overall better for our mental health. It's quite a heavy lift psychologically. It requires deep, existential, humanistic, and radical acceptance work, while silencing the voices of the world that are always telling us to be more and to be better. But it can be done. As you do it yourself, you recognize that other human beings are complementary to you and not a psychological necessity. And as you understand that, you will be less vulnerable to the charms not just of potential narcissistic partners, but also narcissistic friends, colleagues, and the other rogue narcissistic people that may come into your life. But above all else, doing this, narcissist or no narcissist, it's going to be better for you.
Lorsque vous dormez mieux, vous vous sentez mieux. Améliorez votre sommeil, votre activité et votre récupération avec la houseREPO.
Here's the bottom line. The narcissistic folks behave badly and mistreat us, and that's not okay. I always tread lightly when I'm talking about people's vulnerabilities, because vulnerabilities are noble vulnerabilities. The way folks with these personalities have conducted themselves, invalidating, gaslighting, that's not okay. But the fact is, we are all navigating the world full of these personality styles, and people with these personality styles get rewarded for it. So we need to get our own defenses shored up to make us less vulnerable. Always remember those locks, those T-shaped holes, vulnerabilities, wounds, call them whatever feels best to you. Did not ever mean that you ever invited narcissistic abuse or that you somehow deserved it. Never. It means that all of us need a great roadmap to point out these hazards, to give ourselves permission to be good and compassionate with ourselves, and to really focus on how their manipulative grounding works. You kind of have to evoke your inner cynic. There is a complex series of steps that happens between the first contact with a narcissistic person we meet when we are an adult and get sucked into the vortex. We have to get honest with ourselves about our ideas, the things that we sometimes miss because someone comes along with exactly the thing we feel we need. And if someone rolls up and fills one of those spaces within us, one of those needs, we start to associate with them. We start to associate them with that being that sort of need filler. And over time, just like when Pavlov's dogs, they become classically conditioned as that thing we need, that gets us, that we need, that helps us feel better inside, and that can make it harder to get out. All of us have the capacity to fill those spaces in ourselves. We all have to be aware of them, recognize where they come from, and grieve them. But also be aware that just when someone does come along and starts filling them and addressing them, to recognize that we are naturally more vulnerable at those times. If you're lucky, this sort of person who fills these spaces and you's a good person, and then you're off to a very beautiful relationship. If you're not so lucky, then it's a narcissistic person who has figured out those holes in you and has given you exactly what you need, which makes it all the more powerful and hurtful when they take it away once they have your supply exactly where they want it. So much of what healing from narcissistic relationships are, and then as we heal and get back out in the world again, pay attention to it, it's also being aware of these patterns within ourselves, the things in us that, why we might say that, the reason an ambitious person was so important was because you came from a home where you had very financially irresponsible parents. We can always sort of make sense of that, but the earlier you can make sense of that, ideally before you make the decision on new relationships, new jobs, new friendships, can make a big difference. And above all else, remember, you have the capacity in you to be that for yourself. Never outsource the work of your soul. Thanks again.
Quick checks on Capital One is very efficient. Have honestly felt like a huge sigh of relief. It definitely mental alchemy. It provides a lot of peace of mind as
Too many people are motivated to heal so they can march up to the narcissist and say, yo, you didn't F me up. They aren't listening. They don't care. And that was the issue all along. If they cared about that, then probably originally it would have been narcissistic abuse.
There's no hope. You're wasting your time.
You can focus on healing. I'm going to give you a really simple one. Simply experiencing joy is literally a form of resistance, defiance against the narcissist. And in and of itself,
I don't fucking care anymore.
So healing is such a tough game in narcissistic abuse. Again, that's why we even have this program. But let's talk about this further, because let me ask you this in the question. Does trying to survive narcissistic abuse feel like a downer? Like you're always feeling left down, that it is also unfair and awful, painful and unjust? The worst part of it is that it can seem like the narcissistic person is just living a life of Riley and having a grand old time and making sure that they are living their best life. And you feel sort of stuck and feeling sad and anxious, and it doesn't feel good. you aren't ready for them, forget them. But what about just feeling joy when it passes through your day in small ways? The narcissistic person would affect your life before you want. They don't care that you're down. In fact, the more that they're being ones, they're kind of glad that you're right because it means that they're good, you're bad, and I don't mean to or they did, or they did. That they win because you're struggling with that and they're just so great. But that's also what they care. They don't care. A huge part of healing is giving yourself permission for joy. Joy is not walking around saying affirmations about how great you are, or I am loved, or I have a vision board, or other great experiences. That's not what it is. It's leaning into the small moments that happen in your life and giving yourself permission to enjoy them. Like laughing out loud when something was fun, or noticing something beautiful that's happening around you. A flower that's going through a fence, a clear starry night, rain on your face on a warm day, eating something delicious, moments of joy where you feel alive. It's just you and the joy. Because that right there is how in time the narcissist doesn't win. Because narcissistic relationships are joy stealers. While you are in them, there's so little joy because they take it all away. Narcissistic people have tremendous contempt for finding meaning in small moments. Kind of defies the entire premise of grandiosity. If the smell of jasmine on a warm night is enough to evoke joy, then they're grandiose to get a little bit extra, isn't it? In fact, a great way to keep the narcissist at the game for you and not let them and their negativity in is to be in a small moment joy feeling. While you are in this relationship, you know that every narcissistic relationship, joy has to be on their terms. They said it's time for fun. Everyone has to have fun. If they're having a bad day, then no joy. He's having a bad day. So when indeed you are in the narcissistic relationship, joy is dictated when they say it. If you want to share the joy of a small moment with them, they don't ruin it. Like I said, with contempt. If you are able to get out of the relationship, finding joy in the small moment and not having it stolen reminds you that there's something outside of this relationship and more beauty than you thought. If you are stuck in a relationship or have ongoing contact with a narcissist and something joyful passes you by while you're in it, then you can enjoy it without sharing it, having that really beautiful moment with yourself, smiling to yourself, but keeping it private. All the years I've been doing therapy, I absolutely love watching survivors of narcissistic abuse and listening to them laugh. It reminds me that the trees do look green after the winter, and that the gray skies do eventually dissipate, even if it's just for a little while. Sometimes I watch them quickly catch themselves as though there's something wrong about their unfettered laughter or moments of beauty. And my job as a trainer is to pull them back into that joyful moment and remind them to really feel it. Experiencing joy is an act of defiance if you are experiencing narcissistic abuse. It was taken away for so long that I can only liken it to letting in the light after you've been sleeping in the dark. You sort of squint for a minute. Survivors often stopped giving themselves permission for joy, as though staying in misery makes the pieces of the relationship get right. And cognitive dissonance. Again, how can you have joy when you go miserable? Joy is again an act of defiance, telling misery to go to hell, and letting yourself feel that joyful moment. There is a point to this, because the more of it you do, the more joy feeling you allow yourself to do, the more permission it gives yourself to keep doing it. You become more practiced at seeking it out and reveling when you find it. It's a little bit like that Pokemon Go game where people look for the little animated things, but there's this part that you find it, because it'll happen, and you let yourself enjoy it. It's like your soul waking up after a long sleep. It still feels good, not the head heaviness of the constant rumination of the narcissistic relationship. Actually, paying attention to joy is almost like catching butterflies. It doesn't come easy, it's practiced. And it's a healing tool that you can use in your daily life. If we are all walking around like deer in the headlights and committed to our rumination and sadness and anger, sadness and self-loathing, they win. And I am so damn sick and tired of the narcissist winning. They don't have empathy or compassion, so they don't get bogged down in other people's pain like we do. But we can slowly take our lives back by letting our that is around us. And this is also something that post-pandemic we can also do too. I am still getting used to being in places and out in the world and driving around parts of my city that I haven't seen in years. Wonderment, joy, goodness, and those lovely moments that are out there, find them and let them envelop you. And in time, those stolen moments of joy will become life again. We just need to stop letting the narcissistic people block the sun.
What?
So we can start feeling its warmth again. Consider keeping
That
joy
word
journal. So you can
apparently means something different to people in Quebec. You could say a goofball, but a goof means something else. You don't want to know. Not good though. And it's not like the fucking Disney character either. Just saying. Come back.
Do we stop and say, look at the hummingbird, look at the butterfly? I have to say, doing this work, it is really heavy work. I am much more aware of it, and I will sometimes, like, I'm just
Yeah, that's what happens when you try to fucking force people to learn a second language before they even know their first language. Now I can't even fucking speak English.
Those moments of joy, sometimes they're the day that
Kid show at school.
and I laugh out
If
loud.
a kid in public school, they have the fucking educationally money. And that's math skills. I didn't show up to most schools.
And that's where we're
I took in grade 3.
many of you still have those deep laughs and that that's so yummy or
Don't
that's so
anticipate when you're a teenager that you might get that teacher next year. You don't like it when you show up to an exam when you haven't gone to the whole school year.
difficult in these narcissistic relationships. Any kind of painful relationships, but narcissistic.
Instead of these were the barriers in my way. And that has been a major shift in my thinking as well. Because I gotta tell you, I would have been sitting in front of you if I hadn't lived it. I wouldn't be able to be the therapist I am if I hadn't gone through it. The power of taking my years of clinical experience and work I've done in this area and sharing it with the world in a way that makes sense, that for me has given me all the will I need to fight this as long as I've got the energy to keep fighting. So to all of you, I thank you for that tremendous birthday gift of you participating in this and in your journey of growth. What's so hard about narcissism is that there's so many sort of basic tenets of psychology, and they kind of go a little wonky when a person's in a narcissistic relationship. So one thing we know is that how we talk to ourselves kind of dictates how we feel. I'm great and then you feel good, or I'm happy and you feel happy. But certainly how we talk to ourselves, if it's all doom and gloom, we may feel doom and gloom. And if we say, like, I think I can do this, we might feel more motivated to try something. So how we talk to ourselves is not only how we act, but also how we feel. However, that becomes a real problem if you're in a narcissistic relationship. And why would that be? Try these on for size. I'm so stupid. I'm not that lovable. I'm a mess. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's my fault. What's wrong with me? I am pathetic. Any of that sound familiar?
Not anymore.
Language matters. Obviously, language is how we make sense of the world, how we communicate about ourselves and about the world with other people, but it's also how we communicate with ourselves, how we think, how we speak,
often dictates how we feel. It's not as simple as walking around and saying, I'm happy, and
That's what I used to do though.
you're happy, I'm happy.
Happy.
I wish it was that simple, but it's not. But even shifting subtle language away from always, instead of saying things are always going to be this bad to right now things aren't going well, can shift our perspective and can also shift our emotional state. It's basic sort of cognitive behavioral psychology 101. How we talk about ourselves will also guide how we go through the world. Negative self-talk is something that's associated with depression, anxiety, poor self-appraisal, and will extend to the kinds of professional risks we may take, how we present ourselves to others, and the opportunities we may pursue, as well as the opportunities we may receive. The way we talk to the world and to ourselves is very powerful. Unfortunately, a lot of this negative self-talk, and people who engage in negative self-talk, is very reflexive. Before we can even know what we are saying, the I'm no good, I'm stupid, I'm not all that, I'm not even much, all that bad stuff comes out of our mouths. Right? Language often fosters something like congruence. It's a bit like what we
But it must be because no one's doing anything against
my mother yells at me because she loves me and I deserve it.
It's that big of a deal.
My partner is frustrated because I'm
Okay,
always
well, I
so
just told me that
anxious.
he's a
No
loser.
We
That he
use
needs
language to
therapy.
justify,
So
to rationalize,
I feel like
to
maybe
make
because it's not need to be
and
that
in
way.
every narcissistic relationship, every survivor of narcissistic abuse I have ever worked with, the negative self-language was almost and a lot of our therapeutic language was for me to catch it in real time and show them what's happening. These are not easy habits to break, and each time we talk badly about ourselves, we wound ourselves. Now, if you are in a narcissistic relationship, the self-talk may have long predated the relationship. If you grow up with a narcissistic parent, negative self-talk is almost something you're acculturated to do. And sadly, it can sometimes even be a survival tactic to put yourself down. For a child, you may be merely echoing what a parent says to you or how a parent treats you. You may also be falling on your own sword to get ahead of their verbal evaluation. And obviously, you may have internalized chronic invalidation, dismissiveness, and lack of recognition.
Also, maybe
So that helps you not go long enough to tell about yourself. That negative self-talk, a byproduct, certainly a byproduct of having a narcissistic parent, that can definitely fall into adulthood. Putting yourself down, self-deprecation, making jokes at your own expense. All of this is often an echo and a legacy of having a narcissistic parent. Unfortunately, it also means we go into adulthood selling ourselves short, not taking the chances, not putting ourselves out there, and unintentionally giving permission to others to treat us this way. It's not like we're rolling up and doing that, but unfortunately, we almost set things up that way. Now, even if you didn't grow up with a narcissistic parent, simply being in a narcissistic relationship with adults can have a similar effect. Being gaslighted can leave a person chronically questioning themselves, and with time, starting to believe that they are literally prepared. It can come out in how you talk to yourself in a relationship, and how you talk to and about yourself. I should say, talk about yourself with other people. Unfortunately, over time, if you tell yourself something enough, you start to believe it. And sadly, when people go to therapy, people who've been experiencing narcissistic abuse, they may find that the therapist may jump on that negative self-talk and negative beliefs about themselves and try to target those within the person. But unless that therapist understands that the negative self-talk is being mirrored back in the relationship, in a sad way, almost makes it work, then you can discuss how to address those words and thoughts until the cows come home. But until it is recognized how much of this negative self-talk is part
talking
relationship and not just internal to a person. It's like cleaning up a room just to have someone come in and immediately mess it up. You gotta understand that the negative self-talk is being maintained because it's often being mirrored by the person you're most close to in your relationship. Now, narcissistic relationships work when we are small and the narcissistic person gets to be big. And a quick way to being small is to talk about ourselves as though we are less than, as though we're incompetent, foolish, fearful, all of those things. Some folks have even said that the negative self-talk was, like I said, a way of getting ahead of the narcissist. Insult ourselves because before they can insult us. But all of this negative self-talk, self-deprecation, whether we've been doing it since childhood or if we started doing it during an adult narcissistic relationship, it isn't just a benign activity. It shapes our sense of self. It shapes what we believe we do. As simple as sad person, sad talk. Too often it's the downstream effect of being gaslighted, chronically devalued, minimized, internalizing a sense of being not enough, and being made to feel small. I don't think most survivors are going to walk around saying, I am more than enough, I am smart, I am delightful. But I would settle for folks just stopping doing it at all. That right there is a start and a key piece. Many people will say, before I got into this narcissistic relationship as an adult, I actually didn't talk about myself badly. That I actually did have confidence. I felt good about myself. I was very clear on what I knew and what I didn't know, but I felt confident. I would talk about myself that way. So even if you came from a happy home, happy childhood, had confidence, entering into a narcissistic relationship can completely turn and distort how you talk about yourself. And that can put many people on a downward trajectory. Addressing that self-talk is one of the central core tasks. So you are watching because you are trying to understand or get past a narcissistic relationship. At least I'm assuming that, right? One of you, maybe both. You may be trying to heal from a broken heart from a narcissistic relationship or from the limiting beliefs you had in childhood or the exhaustion of a toxic work relationship, right? So a big part of this means evicting them. Yes, evicting them. Think of the narcissist, their words, their scorn, their contempt, their gaslighting, living in your mind like a squatter, living in your soul. They never paid rent, and we let them sit there, afraid to kick them out, afraid of their rage and the shame that they will induce in us if we evict them. How dare you ask me to leave? I am your mother. Or, do you really think you can run this place? That's what it sounds like, right? The fight to get them out of there may feel like too much. So even though we go no contact, low contact, gray rock, yellow rock, this rock, disengage, whatever, you know the drill. They're still there. Their voices mixed in. Sometimes they're even just whispers, but we can hear them. How could you be so stupid? Or, you really think you can pull that off? Or you think, maybe I'm not ready. You hear their voice saying, who do you think you are?
My sister needs it more.
You have fully internalized the shame that they offloaded onto you a long time ago. And it sucks. They don't even have to be around anymore. You are judging yourself as they judged you. It's kind of like now we're doing their dirty work for them, right? So you watch this channel, right? You do your healing. And again, a shout out to the folks in my healing program who I really can see are doing some of the hard work on the healing and walking through this pain. So good on you. But you do the prompts. You come to my workshops. You go to the therapy. You read the books. You may even give yourself permission for your aspirations. And here is where you must be careful. It's a mistake I've made for years in my own healing. And it stopped being a mistake once I did one thing. I stopped making my healing and growth about them. Now you might be wondering, what does she mean by this? How many of you thought, damn it, I am going to show them.
No.
I am going to start this business. I am finally going to finish my degree.
Get out of my life.
I'm going to get that promotion. Or, yes, I can do it. I'm going to become a parent. I'm going to lose the weight. I'm going to get the divorce. I'm going to fall in love. I'm going to buy a new house, a new car, whatever it is, right? I will show them. I will show them that I can do it. I will show them that I won't be a terrible parent like them. I will show them that I am worthy of this story and that I can make it. One day I'm going to drive by them in my new car and slow down with a hot new person on my side. Whatever your fantasy looks like, right? Give it to you. Have your fantasy for it. I get it. That's like, right? To get you off your path. But at some point, the earlier the better, stop making it about them. Learn to have the aspiration without bringing them into it. It needs to no longer become like, I'm going to show my father that I can run my own business and don't have to work some stupid soulless corporate job for someone else. I'm going to prove to him that I can kill it as an entrepreneur. Instead, what I want you to get is, I want to be an entrepreneur. I'm going to run my own business. Because as long as they're baked into your aspiration, it's still their story. You may even run the risk of losing sight of whether this thing you are so wanting to do is actually what you want. Their shame is still right there at the doorway taunting you. Do you really think you can do this? Your aspiration has to be yours and not a reaction to them. Here's the issue. Remember how they didn't notice you while you were in the relationship? They aren't going to notice if you succeed either. They just don't notice anything unless it has something to do with them. Because that's the fancy, right? That they will notice you. That they will see you as someone outside of them. Differentiate your own identity, your own needs, your own wants, and hopes and aspirations. And they'll support them and say, wow, look at you. What an accomplishment. You started your own business. You're so great. You're so cool and interesting. I never realized how amazing you are. Folks, I can promise you that is never going to happen. If you really become successful, it actually means no injury to them. So they will either reject you or insult you or try to break you down so they can bring you back into their control. I remember once a narcissistic relationship I was in once upon a time. I truly believed that if I made it, I made lots of money, I was able to be really pretty and could be really thin and got lots of notoriety, that this person would love me. Without that, and I didn't have any of those things. I'd be like a little puppy, bringing my little accomplishments, big and small, up to them, saying, guess what? Someone said they might be interested in something I'm doing somewhere down the line. Someone at work said what I was doing was great. Like this, right? Anything to win them over. So I pushed myself to make it, and I pretty damn near developed an eating disorder trying to get to thin. It didn't work out. The person never noticed me, and frankly, as long as the goals were framed as, when I make it, they will see me or I'll show them, I wasn't healing. I was just still trying to deliver narcissistic supply.
Or not
it
need it, but
my
sometimes it's
authentic
just
pursuit, right? It seemed like
reassurance
it,
that you're like, okay, yeah,
but it wasn't.
I'm doing it.
No accomplishment would ever, no accomplishment for me, would ever have gotten this person's notice. I could have sat on their front lawn and done a fireworks show and they wouldn't have noticed. I only existed when it was useful to them. Now, I also eat normally, maybe a little more than normally. I'm obviously gained weight.
I go to freaking digging the trash.
Food's too good.
And nobody says parties on me.
Now, healing means you exist outside of that relationship. That the narcissist, past or present, doesn't factor into how you frame yourself or view yourself. Sure, you absolutely recognize that the relationship affected you, it did. But healing means moving beyond that. It's breaking out of the cycle of life as a revenge fantasy or a proving fantasy. Because then you are still interlocked
while I'm in my car and people fucking are like staring at me. Like, that's also great.
This may be the most difficult part of the process. Too many people are motivated to heal, so they can march up to the narcissist and say, yo, you didn't F me up. There's no point. They aren't listening. They don't care. And that was the issue all along. If they cared about that, then probably originally it wouldn't have been narcissistic abuse. I'll give you an example. This is the story. This is not the story, for example, of an addict who might have had loving parents, who finally does the work, commits to sobriety, gets steady work, gets into a healthy relationship, stays sober, goes back to the parent and says, I'm sober, thank you. That original relationship that that child had with their parent was embedded in empathy. There's something to go back to then. Now that right there, that's not the narcissistic relationship. You were, as I said in a prior video, you were the storage unit for their shame, which kept you in a subjugated space, forever controlled by them. You were the closet where they stored their dirty stuff, so they could pretentiously prance about, so self-righteous and above everyone, and judging everyone and thinking they were all that, because they put the shame on everyone else, right? And we were often children when the role of shame storage was foisted on us. This is a painful journey, and there is no way to avoid the pain part of it. You will see it, you will get it, you will grieve it, then you'll see it more clearly, and you will accept it more, and then, most importantly, is you will accept you. Then the languaging around your aspirations shifts, and it becomes, I'm going to go back to school. I've always been interested in urban planning. I'm starting that business. I'm curious to see if the initial success in selling my pies can be scaled up. I'm going to start exercising to get some energy.
I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want.
I met someone, he, she, they, they're kind to me. Let's see what happens. You see the difference? It's no longer about the narcissist, it's about you. I so want to
and I don't mean fucking financially.
to extract it from those narcissistic stories. You know how on TV shows, there's a character who's a good character, but they kind of let him go after a few episodes. It's like that. All right, they were there for a minute. Don't need the character anymore. All of us want to be seen and cherished. So you really want to give that gift to yourself, and in time, you will find that you are inviting other people into your life who want to see you grow and not keep you hostage to their own shame. It's a process. It is a process. Some days, many days, are going to feel like setbacks. That's normal in this process. Just keep moving forward into your authentic self, separate from the narcissist. Thanks again.
No, crying.
Now here's where you gotta be careful, Lisa, right? Narcissistic people, for their lack of empathy, lack of self-awareness, lack of regard for others, have an uncanny ability to recognize when someone's playing them. You might actually see an uptick in rage, and their manipulations may become more cruel. It's almost like, you think you're getting away easy? Oh, hell.
What actual core and manipulative tactics would a narcissist start to use when they feel like they're losing control of you?
So a lot of things. This relationship works if you kind of give them what they want. And for a lot of folks in a narcissistic relationship, it's this person's manipulating you. They're gaslighting you. You're confused. They say terrible things to you, so you react. It's a very normal reaction. As soon as you react or you get frothed up or you show strong emotion, you gave them exactly what they wanted, right? And so as you try to disengage, not fall for the manipulation, understand what it is you're dealing with. If they sense they're losing control of you, like you said, you might actually see an uptick in rage, right? That and their manipulations may become more cruel. It's almost like, you think you're getting away easy? Oh, hell no. I am going to I'm going to say things that are even worse. I'm going to put you in even more problematic positions. Now, obviously, this is on a continuum. In a milder relationship where you may not be financially dependent or something like that, it may be things like classical one. If you really do hold your ground against a narcissistic person, don't engage, you'll get a lot of, oh, so what's this? Are we in therapy now? Did your therapist teach you to do this? So it'll be very intense, very dismissive. Mockery, sheer mockery, which is very unpleasant to deal with and takes a toll on you over time. In some cases, they will attack things that matter to you. They will, your kids, your livelihood, your appearance, any of those things. To them, it's almost no holds barred because they're throwing the Hail Mary pass. They're going to sort of pull you back in. In some cases, they'll beat you to the punch and say, oh, if you don't want to spend time with me, they'll step away. Now, you might think, well, that sounds great. Yeah. A lot of people out there have abandonment issues, and all they want is for this relationship to work more normally, or they may not want to lose the person. But when the narcissistic person sort of does an about face and says, I'm out of here, you know, like, I don't need this. I don't know who this is, but I don't need this. And some people say, I don't know that I want them fully to go away. So abandonment is almost this big card that narcissistic people will play. You might think of the silent treatment, and they don't play when it comes to silent treatment. They can go weeks. I do remember working with a few clients where they said, week 6 of silent treatment, living with someone, hasn't said a word to me. Every so often they'll do the passive aggressive play of, hey Billy, could you tell your mom to pass the potatoes, like that kind of passive aggressive stuff? But if there is no third parties in the home, it is all silent treatment. Maybe some things handled in writing, maybe, but maybe not even that. And you gotta have a nerves of steel to be able to handle it. It's just, people say that it makes them feel sick, and they'll say, I don't know what made me sicker. Dealing with their reaction to me, finally like pulling back my supply, or having to just put up with their shenanigans and give in to it. The point is no path is easy in these relationships, so all of those things can happen.
Oh, where do we start now? So, if they're using that then as a manipulation tactic, are they just trying to make it worse than it already is? Like, what's the thought process that's actually going on behind that?
Too many people give people with this personality style too much, I don't want to say credit, or they're assuming there's an intention and a motivation there that it's not. Their motivation is to maintain the ground rules of a relationship that works for them, right? And that's usually that they're in a dominant position. So anything that's inconveniencing them, they don't like that, right? It's like you got a window open in your house and you're cold, so you go close the window. It's that simple. You don't sit there and try to negotiate with the window. You go close the window. So for a narcissistic person, if you sort of change ground rules that work for them, and that's usually when you're pulling back supply, they've lost that thing they want, which is dominance and control. So at one level, they're reacting to that, right? They don't like that, and that sort of it brings up shame, insecurities, shame, which is because their insecurities being pain, they're losing control. They don't want that. So that will often lead to a lot of reactivity. But every gambit for a narcissistic person is to maintain control or to keep getting supply. It's pretty simple. It's almost like a rat. They just want to eat. You know.
Découvrez plus de points, plus de événements exclusifs et encore plus de beauté. Plus de points, plus de marques, plus de beauté. Encourage à ma
You know, so if you think of it as it's just about supply and control, then you kind of know what motivates them. It's not personal. I think it feels personal and it hurts you. When I'm saying it's not personal, is not me saying it doesn't hurt you, but it's all about this internal process they're having about I must be in control, but they're not aware of it. This is not I gotta get back in control. It's like, no, I don't like how this feels, and if I don't like how things feel, I lash out rather than a healthy person reflecting and saying, well, something changed here. What don't I like about that?
There is something, as you were laying it out, that feels very tactical, right? They're trying this. But to your point, it's not deliberate. So are they just throwing things and seeing what sticks, like really figuring out what's the thing that's going to irritate or really get that person back or stop them from having the power?
The tantrum. So you ask a 3-year-old why they tantrum. I'd be curious to see what answer you get back, right?
I mean, if you've ever tried it, that even the 3-year-old doesn't even, at some point, they're just sort of out of control, right? They wanted something initially, maybe they wanted an extra cookie, right? And the mother's like, no, we've got one, and one is for dessert, too much, it's not good for you. And then at some point, yeah, it was about the cookie. They basically, the child wanted something and they were thwarted. They're totally out of control, and probably 10 minutes of the tantrum, they've forgotten about the cookie. You know, and I think even a 3-year-old might be better at saying, just sad and mad, or they'll find a word. Yeah. But for the narcissistic person, a lot of this is tantruming, and then there is that sense of, again, everything that's happening for narcissistic individual is unconscious. Okay, it's these tectonic plates. It's almost like an earthquake. An earthquake doesn't say, "Yo, world, about to start shaking your stuff up. Sorry, get ready." It's not. I mean, it's just things are moving in these tiny ways. For the narcissistic person, what's happening under them is that there are these unconscious processes. Above all else, it's the sense of shame if their inadequacy or their insecurity are seen. They have to remain grandiose. They have to be perfect. And if they're not, something terrible will happen. That's the psychology of it, right? So anytime anything pops up in them, they feel a little uncomfortable. It's like almost like a rumbling in their tummy. They're like, don't like this feeling. Rage, control, dominate. As long as they do those things, it makes them comfortable. So what they've learned over a lifetime is, I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah. I didn't know that.
You're gonna pay for it, and because they don't have
Request
empathy,
a certain
or they
comfort
lack
level,
empathy,
I
it's
could be
very
at
important. They're not thinking of, well, they're not screaming at that person because it might hurt them. So that processing is cut out of the loop. If I don't feel good, the 3-year-old.
So how do you respond to things like that? Because as you lay out really originally, like there's all these different types of effects of the way that they're going to approach you or respond to you when they're feeling out of control. I had actually heard you say in a video where you said, you know, sometimes you want to express your emotions to that person, but then the narcissist doesn't like you showing emotion. But when you don't show emotion, the narcissist doesn't like you to show emotion.
Right, so the show of emotion that works for them, I should say, is the show of emotion that allows them to feel in control and dominant. So let's say you're crying in front of the narcissistic person, sharing your sadness because you found out that they had betrayed you, they had an affair, or they have an inappropriate relationship, right? The narcissistic person knows what bad behavior is. They know that being a cheater means you're not a good guy. So, their vision of themselves is as a great guy, right? And they did what they wanted to do because it felt good at the time to get their supply and validation, but now it's got them in a bit of hot water. People are going to think they're bad. Well, they ain't going to have that, right? So somebody crying at a time like that, they don't get power from that. They feel shame because they're the reason that person is crying, and they know that. But instead of saying, I am so sorry, and taking ownership and taking responsibility, more shame, they don't do that. They get angry at the person for showing emotion because they're angry at the thing that brought up this bad feeling. Does that make sense? You made me feel bad by feeling bad about the bad thing I did. I know that sounds like a big circle, but that's what they're upset about. So that emotion they don't like. They like the emotion when they bring up something and you're, and they're calm. Because calm first noise is like one control. So when they get someone to and they're saying like, I don't understand why you're being so dramatic about this, then they're in the driver's seat. That's the kind of emotion they do like. And
voici le fromage qui enflamme la douceur. J'ai l'infini naturellement de Greg.
Dominance, power, control, they like that. You crying because they hurt you, they don't like that. Different kinds of emotion.
Yeah, so is that why I've heard you also say, like, they'll call you, too sensitive, too dramatic, too over the top, use all these words to shame your emotion, which can be very valid. But that also, in those moments, I think it dismisses us. Or not even dismisses us, it can make you second guess. Am I being too sensitive? Is this just me? So even though you know you're in this dynamic with that person, they're going to use these set of ways to manipulate you. How do you start to know? And maybe this is bit of a trick question, but how do you know that it isn't you?
Because all the work we do to help someone or I guide people to do when they're healing from these relationships has to be on themselves. The narcissistic person is a side issue to me. They're the stimulus, they're the catalyst, right? They're not even that important. It's a person doing the deep dive into themselves. You need to know who you are, right? And be able to be self-reflective. So, and understand what the sort of spectrum of normal responses are. It's a pretty wide spectrum for what constitutes normal. But it's also about knowing your history. That sometimes disproportionate, if you will, and I put that in quotes, responses to something can have origins in trauma. They can have origins in self-protection from early experiences, right? And it may be that their reaction is too much. It is too much for the situation. And for the person to say, yep, I see, I get it. And they'll say, that was probably too much. I also, though, understand why I was reacting like that. And they're able to see it more holistically, right? Because at those times when we have that sort of understanding of self, we're almost prepared on the front end when we go into a situation like that, saying, okay, this is not going to be easy for me.
Yeah,
this is going to bring up a lot of things. So I either have to give myself permission to step out of it for a second, excuse myself, maybe some cold water on my face, train myself to breathe through it, and understand I probably won't get it just right and be self-critical to myself, but that none of us are robots. No one's ever going to respond perfectly in every situation. To do the deeper dive, what was happening to me? What was driving me? What was I responding to? And as you do that, it's about knowing yourself and normalizing sort of what was happening for you. And you may have said, oh, that probably was too much. But now that I get it, I'm not going to doubt and blame myself. But I might need to check myself next time.
And so how do you check yourself in those moments though, right? Because if you've been in a narcissistic relationship where that person has just year after year after year chipped away at you and telling you that you're no good, telling you that you don't have value, telling you that you're useless, how do you start to really know your worth in that situation so that if they're trying to bring you down, if they're trying to either gaslight you or really just manipulate you into believing that you are no good so that you don't leave, how can you keep going back to a base that maybe you haven't developed?
So here's where it gets tricky. Sometimes you have to know some decent things about yourself. And it may not be that somebody's walking around saying, I'm great, I'm wonderful. Rather, I'm resilient. I've managed to keep it together in this relationship. Despite all the adversities I've had, I still get up in the morning like everyone has strengths, right? Understanding some of that. But here's where we're going to use your tactics word again, right? This is where the person who's dealing with the narcissistic person needs tactics, right? If you're being gaslighted, if you're being raged at by somebody who you've seen over time, consistently has been their pattern, not engaging is the only path. And it's no longer that I'm good, I'm great, I'm nothing. It's the tactic here is to not engage with this person. So, and it is going to take a toll on you to be screamed at, to hear things that matter to you, be shouted at, to be told you're this, you're that. But you need to go into radical acceptance. Like, this is coming out of the body of a person, or the head of a person, or the mind of a person who doesn't have a strong sense of self, who doesn't know how to regulate. You're not signing off on it, you're not agreeing with it, but you're not engaging with it. That's the piece. It's not that you're sitting and taking it, but you're almost mildly dissociating at those times. Like, if there's no way out, it's you know what you're dealing with. It's really that, and again, doing whatever you can do inside of yourself, whether it's breathing. Some people have mantras, some people have prayers, some people.
Ah, come on. Fucking shit. Fuck. No, we're not gonna go back. Fuck, that hurt. Fuck. That's nice. Really old paper. It's like an ugly color too. It's yellow. Literally, plastic board and shaped better than that. This is so dangerous. I should not be allowed to do this. Ow. I think it's not sharp. Give me a sharpening board. Like, why would anybody encourage me to play with knives? I don't know what happens if I get a hold of knives. Throw them. Put them on strings, like snap back. Alright, let's see. We have holes. That's what she said. What to do? Yeah, that's cool. What do you want? Okay. If you keep being gross, guess what? I'll fucking report you for fucking child sex stuff, okay? Like, I don't want to have to be fucking super gross. Just so you fuck off. Like, go on porn sites. That's what I don't understand. Why do you people, like, creep on, like, YouTube? Like, it's not the place to go for that. Everything's always fucking low battery. Fuck Bill Gates, man. Idiot. Okay, we're gonna try that.
It would.